Welcome everybody to the most powerful women in network marketing online. Unfortunately, as you probably know, I had to have this amazing event last weekend, and unfortunately because of the existing circumstances we had to postpone it, and instead I decided to bring this experience, at least a small taste of it, to you guys via online. So before we move on with our event, first of all I want to address the circumstances that we all in today. Unfortunately, as you probably know, in the last couple months, the entire world experienced the unfortunate pandemic that hit millions and millions of people, and people were hurting with their health. A lot of people died. Hundreds of thousands of people lost their lives to this scary virus. And a lot of people are hurting financially because they lost their jobs or they lost their businesses. And it's very unfortunate circumstance that we all had to go through. And you know, one of the things that I actually admired during that challenging time, how we all came together as a humanity, how people were helping each other. The first responders were fighting for our lives and helping people, and you know, all the amazing medical workers that did an incredible job to save your and my lives. We all in amazing gratitude and that to all of you guys. Thank you so much for everything you've done for us. And I want to also mention that one of the things that I admired during that scary and challenging time is, you know, all the humanity, how we brought it all together, how we all fought for the disease and finding the solution and cure and helping each other. And then another tragic situation happened. African-American man lost his life from the arms of the person who was supposed to save his life and protect his life. And I'm not gonna pretend that, you know, I've been in their shoes and I understand. Eric and I, we have a lot of African-American friends. They're really dear friends, and my heart and Eric's heart goes to all of you guys. And I just want you to know that we are with you. We're in this together. And you know, that injustice has to stop. We have to, those people who are responsible have to be brought to justice, and the systematic change has to happen. It cannot continue. We have, like I said, a lot of African-American friends and adopted members of our family, and I'm worried for their future. I don't want them to live in the world where you don't feel safe, regardless of your race, regardless of your gender, regardless of your age, regardless of where you're from. So, and you know, I just wanted to mention, thinking about this tragic situation, one of the things that I think that, you know, harming and violence and hatred will not change what we're going through. I think love will. I think caring for one another, like we are part of the same family, because we are, you know, we are one big race called humanity. So I teach my kids to lead with love. I teach my kids to treat others the way you want to be treated. And I want to encourage all of us to, you know, treat each and every person like you would treat your best friend, your mom, your dad, with love and care. And I really love the quote that Mother Teresa said a while back, and it's, forgive them anyway. People, let me see it because I cannot. Hold on, let me grab my phone because I cannot read it. It's way too far from me. See, I'm becoming blind, guys, so you just have to deal with that. I was hoping that I will be able to see it on the screen. Nope, I can't. All right, so she said, people are often unreasonable and self-centered. Forgive them anyway. If you are kind, people may accuse you of ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. If you are successful, you will win some false friends and some true enemies. Succeed anyway. If you're honest, People may cheat you. Be honest anyway. What you spend years building, someone could destroy overnight. Build anyway. If you find serenity and happiness that they may be jealous, be happy anyway. The good you do today, people will often forget tomorrow. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you have, and it may never be enough. Give your best anyway. You see, in the final analysis, it is between you and your God. It was never between you and them anyway. So I want to encourage all of you to love people and care people anyway. So let's go with our event, because first of all, I want to congratulate you for dedicating this time for your education, for your personal development, spending the time with the most powerful women in network marketing, because I think I prepared some really cool surprises for you and some really amazing speakers. You know, one of the things that when I started the Most Powerful Women in Network Marketing, it was 6 years ago, and you probably heard me say before that 77% worldwide of all the distributors are women. But unfortunately, there are not that many women at the top. And I started thinking, why is that so? And I think, you know, one of the challenges is that we're being a little too harsh on ourselves. We women, we're just masters of beating ourselves up and not forgiving ourselves for the past failure and past mistakes. So what I want to do with this event is, first of all, to bring you some knowledge, bring you some information that will build the confidence in you, so you can go out and build a network marketing business in a more professional way, but at the same time to help you, believe in yourself a little bit more. Seeing all these amazing and powerful speakers who will be talking to you today and sharing their wisdom, share their ideas, their experiences, how they overcame their challenges, how they faced their fears, and how they achieved the level of success that we all probably would want to achieve. I think that if you take a lot of notes, if you pay close attention, I really hope that we can encourage you to take a next step. We can give you the tools necessary so you can become a professional, so you can become one of the most powerful women in network marketing. You know, this is one of the reasons I love network marketing, because, network marketing does not discriminate. Inside of our profession, it doesn't matter where you're coming from, your age, your background, your gender, your color of skin. None of those things matter. Women make as much money in our profession as men do. And I think it's pretty amazing. And one of the reasons I think women are more attracted to network marketing is because we can build this business around our schedule. We can still take care of our kids and still build a business. We can still be a good wife, a good mom, and still build a business. And I truly believe that you don't have to choose between one or the other. I truly believe that you can have it all. You can be an amazing mom and a happy wife and a kick-ass businesswoman. You can have it all. And I hope this event will help you to get a little bit of glimpse and give you some ideas how you can have it all as well. I think that I consider myself lucky because since I was a little girl, my mom told me that I'm smart, I'm powerful, I can achieve everything I want in life. And I was naive enough to believe that. And, I started my entrepreneurial journey when I was 18 years old. I joined my first network marketing company when I was 21 years old. And I love the entire concept. I love being surrounded with positive, like-minded people who can help me expand my vision, who can help me dream bigger and, find my rightful place in this world. So I started that bubbly bunny and super excited. But guess what? Life started happening to me as well. At some point in my life, I found myself being a single mom where my ex-husband lost all of my assets and my business, because for a short period of time, he told me, like, hey, you just stay home and I'll take care of the business. You just raise the kids and I'll take care of everything. And those of you who know me, you probably know that I'm not necessarily meant to stay home. I love to travel. I love to meet people. I love to build something. I love to do something. So staying at home was not necessarily my thing, even though there are hundreds and thousands and millions of women doing an amazing job being a stay-at-home mom, and unfortunately not appreciated enough, because some people think just because you're staying at home, you are not doing anything. And you and I know that's not the case. Women who are staying home, raising their children, are working hard, or maybe harder than people who have different jobs. So, but it was not quite my thing. So when I realized that I need to go back to work, I need to do something, and I found that all of my assets were lost and my business was pretty much destroyed. And that was the same time when I realized that my relationship was not working. For 10 years, I really tried, but that relationship was, it was verbally abusive. Thank God I never had to deal with the physical abuse, and my heart goes to all the women and men who ever had to deal with this unfortunate circumstances. I want you to know that you're amazing, you're powerful, and you deserve all the best this world has to offer. But for me, I feel like I can take a punch. But when you break my heart, when you crush my soul, it's so much harder for me. I found myself at the point when I was broken emotionally and broke financially. And I don't know what was worse, because I did not believe in myself. I was looking at myself in the mirror and I was like, you think that you are powerful? You think that you are badass? You think that you are amazing and smart and wonderful? No. I so disrespected myself, because on one side, I blamed that what happened to me, maybe I deserve that. Maybe I am a bad mom. Maybe I am a bad wife. Maybe all the way I was treated, I deserved all of that. And guess what? It did not help my self-confidence. It actually made me so hopeless and so helpless. And I just, I didn't know what to do. And that was the moment in time when I met my future husband, Eric, who told me one amazing lesson, and I took it really close to heart. He said, what do you think gonna serve your kids better? Seeing yourself crying your bed to sleep every single night? Understanding that you're living very unhappy life? Or living a life on purpose, being happy, being loved, being appreciated, living your life with passion, and changing lives of millions of people that you can help. And I decided at that moment that he's right. He's absolutely right, because I'm an example to my kids, because one day they will come to me and they will ask me, like they have some struggles and they want to do something in life, but they're scared, or they don't know if they're capable of achieving those things. And now, of course, as a good mom, I'll tell them, you guys go reach for the stars. You can achieve everything you want in life. But guess what? They will ask me, so why you didn't do it? And I would not know what to tell them. So I decided that I have to change. I have to scrape myself up from the floor. I have to find my voice back. I have to find my strength back and show my kids what is possible. And I think that I have some, values that I can bring to people, and I deserve to have a chance in this life, and I deserve to bring the value to the world. So it took me years to find my voice back. It took me a lot of personal development, and Eric helped me tremendously with it. And once I found my voice back, once I found my confidence and my certainty, and you know what, I decided that I'll make sure that I will inspire and teach as many women and men as I possibly can. For those of you who had that voice and power and strength and lost it, to find it back again. And for those of you who were not that lucky as I was, for those of you who were told since you were a little girl that you're nothing, that you're nobody, you cannot dream big dreams, you cannot achieve amazing things because you're just a girl, I want to show you and help you find that strength and develop it and become the most amazing and powerful self you already are. You have that lioness inside of you. Now it's just the time for the whole world to see it. So are you ready to start with me on this amazing learning journey? We're going to go for about 4.5 hours, and each hour or hour 15 minutes or so, we will be taking a 5-minute break, so you can go grab a bite to eat or get a drink, use the restroom, but come back and make sure to take a lot of notes, because I think the value that we will be sharing today, the knowledge and information that all my powerful friends prepared for you, you would not want to miss a single second. So we will be talking today about skills that you need to develop in network marketing, how to become professional, how to approach people in a proper way so you don't sound salesy, how to utilize social media that you can attract more people, you can develop a brand and social media presence that will help you to build your business. We will also be talking about the relationships. We have an amazing couples panel. I'm so excited about it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Eric and I will be doing a session on the relationship, so we will be talking about the dynamic, how to be a power couple in this business, or what happens if one spouse is building and another one is not, or one is supporting and another one is doesn't want to do the business. So all of those different situations we will be talking about. Of course, we will talk about a little bit of leadership and the mindset and all of these amazing things. So get ready and we're gonna get started. And my first speaker today, she is top 10 in her company. She's a mom for 3 beautiful kids. She's making almost 7 figures, and I'm sure that this year she will crack that number. And I'm super proud to call her my friend. Please help me welcome Tara Wilson, and she will be talking about inviting.
Thank you so much, Marina. I'm honored to be here with you guys today. Again, my name is Tara Wilson, and I live in Scottsdale, Arizona with my husband and my 2 children, 2 of my children. My 3rd is already off to college. And I got involved in the network marketing industry 13 years ago. I actually keep this on my desk because this is what my family looked like at the time. I had a 7-year-old and we had a 1-year-old. And I was working wholesale mortgage full time. So every day when I dropped them off at school in their daycare, and I worked 8 hours and then would go pick them up, go to the store, cook dinner, clean up after dinner, homework, bath time, bedtime, collapse on the couch, barely see my husband. We called him the weekend daddy, and did it all over again, day after day after day. And my breaking point was one day I went to go pick up my daughter, and our nanny told us that she had taken her first steps. And I realized at that moment that I wanted to never miss all of my daughter's milestones. So I got more serious about the opportunity that I was presented with about a month before, and started running and have never looked back. So I was asked to talk about the topic of inviting. It's very important. Invitation is where you get to connect your network with your products, services, and opportunity. So you can learn all about the comp plan. You can learn about the products and services, the technology, the science, whatever kind of company you're in. You can learn about the industry, but nothing happens in your business until an invitation is made. So we're going to talk first about what an invitation is not. The invitation is not the sales pitch. It's not where you're looking to close everyone. So let's pretend you're looking at your list of 1 to 200 people. Your job is not going to be to sit there and have 200 conversations of trying to convince all of your friends and your family and your network to buy your products or services or join your team. And I think that's the only reason people are ever hesitant to even pick up the phone, because they think they're going to get rejected. They're going to get questions. They think they're going to get ridiculed. They're fearful of the unknown. And Guys, I would be too if that's what I thought all the phone calls were supposed to be about. But they're not. You're simply saying, hey, team, hey, friend, hey, world, hey, mom, hey, dad, hey, sister, hey, best friend. I started my own business and I would love to send you some information because you can support me in one of three ways. One, I'm looking for customers to use my products or my services if you're a service-based company. Number two, I'm looking for business partners. We can't grow a business without entrepreneurs. And number three, if either of those aren't for you, it's okay. No pressure. Who do you know who it might be? The best way you can do this is watching some information on our company. And that way you'll be able to refer me, decide if you want to be a customer or if this is something that you'd want to do actually as a part-time or full-time business. That's it, you guys. It's a who do you know who game. See, and if you ask who do you know who, it's not a yes or no question. It's like, if you go, hey, will you buy my product? No, that's rejection. Hey, do you want to join my team? No, that's rejection. Well, I learned at a very early time in my career that I too hated rejection. So that's why I started just asking people, hey, who do you know? Right? Who do you know that want to help people get healthy? Who do you know that wants to save money? Who do you know that wants to start a business? Who do you know that wants to change their life? Who do you know that doesn't like their job? Who do you know who? And so when people say to me, I'm not a salesperson, great. You don't have to be. We've got tools for that. You have to be a professional inviter. I really, truly believe it comes down to promotions and invitations. That's what we do in network marketing. We promote events, we invite people to look, and we tell stories. That's it. When people say, I don't have time, great. An invitation call should only take a few minutes. So let's say you're looking down at your looming list of 100 people, right? Number one, don't prejudge. You're simply asking them to take a look to be able to support you, and they'll sort themselves. Some will want to be customers. Some will want to join your team and do both, be a customer and a team builder. And some will just be happy referring you people. I have people that have literally referred me people for years and have never joined my team. Sometimes they use the products, sometimes they don't, but they still think of me because I've been a consistent message of a wellness entrepreneur for my entire 13 years. So a lot of people say, oh, I can't explain the science or the technology like you do. Great, we have tools for that. So when you're looking at your list and it's your parents and your siblings and your friends, don't feel weird. If you're weird, they're going to be weird. It's going to be weird. It shouldn't be weird. You should have just as much excitement as like, hey, do you want to go out to dinner this weekend? Or hey, do you want to come to my house for a birthday party? That's how simple the invitation should be. You're not looking to explain anything. Do not explain anything. Say, hey, I don't know. I just launched a business. I'm not sure really what I'm doing, but I'm excited. Can I share some information with you? Here's a tool. Here's a time and date. Here's a live link. Here's a Facebook group. I'll add you and I'll tag you. Whatever method that you guys are using, it's about inviting people to look at the information so they know how to support you. So make sure you tell them your story. And I know Eric and GoPro talked a really great story, your background, what you didn't like, the solution you found, and why you're excited. Because this should be about you. Your friend, your family, your network should never feel like they're being pressured. If you're doing it that way, you're doing it the wrong way. So again, all this is a simple conversation. Hey, will you look at a tool? And make sure you get a commitment that they're actually going to look at the tool. I just actually reread GoPro for probably the 6th time. There's such a great chapter on inviting. I urge you to go reread it. Make sure you teach your people because there is some awesome scripts, some sample for cold war market, warm market, people you know, business people, friends, etc. He does a great job. But for me, I hated rejection. So I didn't want to ask people yes or no questions. I just got really good at asking, who do you know who? And by the way, guys, it's a matter of numbers. This isn't a numbers game, but it is. The more people you get to the products or opportunity, the more people are going to be your customers and the more people that are going to join your team. End of story. Now, here's another thing is, let's say, and by the way, you want to get through your list as fast as possible. Make 100 phone calls. Make them as fast as possible. And you're going to say weird things and you're going to feel weird and you're going to be nervous. It's okay. But you're still going to get some people to join your business and you're going to get some people to join to buy your products or services, right? Now, when you call that list again, remember, even if they said no, for me, it's never a no forever, first of all. Number two is I can still go back to them and say, hey, I've been doing this a while now for 90 days. This is my story. I made some, X amount of money. My customers are raving. Hey, I just wanted to go back to you and say, who do you know who? Who do you know that wants extra money? Who do you know that circumstances have changed? Who do you know that wants these products or services? That's all I've been doing, guys, for 13 years. And then you get into the information, and then the follow-up begins. And so I know the 7 steps that I learned, or 8 steps that I learned in GoPro is, number 1, when you're making these calls, again, they're not the pitch. If they start asking you questions, say, that's going to be answered in the tool I'm going to send you that you're going to be watching at X time on X date. And then you're going to schedule, when you watch this, I'm going to be calling you. Expect my phone call. If I tell you it's a 15-minute video or a tool, if you're going to watch it at 8, I will be calling you at 8:15, verify the number, and put it in your calendar. So you guys should be able to make these. I hear a lot of people say, I don't have enough time. Great. You can make phone calls on your way to work. You can make it on your lunch break. You can make them in the evenings. Number 1, be in a hurry. Number 2, compliment someone and tell them why you called them. Hey, Rose, I called you because you're a top networker and you're a real estate agent. You've been very successful. And I just thought of you because I know XYZ. You're a really successful career woman. And I know that you know people just like me. You know entrepreneurs, you know people that love better health or whatever your products or services is. And I would love it if you could connect me. Can I send you some information to take a look so that you'd be better equipped to be able to refer me somebody? That's it. Make the invite. Get the confirmation, right? If I would you. Get your time commitment, get their number, put it on your calendar, schedule the next call, and get off the phone and follow up. If you're going to say you're going to send them that, send them a nice voice clip. Hey, it was so great to talk to you, Rose. I'm really excited. Thanks again for taking 15 minutes out of your day to watch this. And I'll call you at that time that we scheduled and send them the information. That's what the invitation process should look like. Don't be weird. Be confident. You know, people say, well, you're so confident posture. Like, I love what I do. If you don't love what you do, you don't love your company and you don't love your products and services, that could be a problem. I'm so excited and I love what I do so much that it is an honor and a pleasure for me to share this with anyone and everyone that I can. You know, and I've made it get a fortune. If you know 100 people who know 100 people, that's 10,000 people, right? So I think people look at their list and think, I got to sell everyone. And I need you to change that script. You're looking to ask people, because all the people that were on my original list, not one of them, not one single one was in my first business. The 3 people that I built a team of 9,000 distributors in the first 2 years with no experience in network marketing, I didn't know. It was a friend of a friend. It was the wife of a mortgage client, and it was someone I met on Craigslist. This was before social media. Social media can also be a great way to brand yourself, to start slowly dripping on your network. And then when you get some curiosity, again, you take them, put it in a messenger, call them, message them, text them, whatever is comfortable for you, and make the invitation for them to take a look and say, hey, no pressure. I just want to say, who do you know who might need our products? Who do you know who might need our opportunity? And who do you know that wants to change our life? So I hope this helps, guys. Again, go to GoPro. There's a lot of really great scripts in there. And I hope that you guys get really good at just inviting people to take a look. So I wish you guys much success. Thank you again, Marina, for having me. And I can't wait to see the rest of the speakers. I hope you guys are all well. See you soon.
Thank you so much, Tara. I love when you said love what you do, because this is one of the keys in our profession or in any business, because when you love what you do, it does not feel like work any longer. It does not mean that it's going to be easy. It does not mean that there are going to be parts that you're not necessarily a fan of in your job or your business. But when you do it with love, when you love and passionate about helping people and bringing different products and services that your company is providing and showing them the business opportunity, it gets so much easier and it does not feel like work anymore. My next presenter is an amazing woman. She's a 7-figure earner. She helped to change hundreds of thousands of lives. She helped to develop $13 million earners on her team. And she's a powerhouse. I love her. And she will be talking about presenting. So please help me welcome Ann Fisher. Ann?
Well, thank you so much, Marina and Eric, today for inviting me to be a part of this incredible training. I'm so honored, so excited, and oh my gosh, just cannot wait for all the gold nuggets today. So my name is Ann Fisher, and today I'm going to share with you one of the core skills, which is presenting your opportunity. So, it's really important. One of the core skills that we have is presenting the opportunity, because prospecting is the lifeblood of your business. And so you need to know how to prospect. And then when they say yes, they'll take a look, we go into what? The opportunity. So you find your prospects, you invite them. Now what? What I tell my new leaders or people that come on board, it's really important to keep this part stupid simple, right? We are a business of duplication. And so we want to keep what we do duplicatable. And it's really important when you give the opportunity, you present that, that you're always doing the same thing over and over. Everybody's watching you. They're going to learn by what you do to keep some of the chaos at bay. So find your prospects, invite, keep it stupid simple. There's a lot of different ways or stages that we present our opportunity. Maybe it's social media via a live, or Zooms right now are so popular. One-on-one, having coffee with someone, you're presenting the opportunity. Maybe you're recording a video that you're going to plug people into later and it's going to go on YouTube. So many different ways. And then socials and events. But that should always be the same. Sometimes maybe you're going into more detail, but basically you want to keep it the same. And I'm going to share some really simple steps for you to streamline how you present your opportunity, that you can just practice over and over and be a rock star at recruiting. So number one, always start with your story. It's so important to share who you are. Like when people are listening to you, they want to know who you are. Very briefly, we don't want to go into lifetime drama, so keep this part simple as well. I like to follow what Eric and Marina have always taught, which is a 4-step system to sharing your story. Number one, what was your life like before your opportunity? Number two, what did you not like about that? You want to share that with people so they can connect with you and why you said yes, right? Number three, you found the solution in your company and opportunity. And number four, what you're excited about the future for, right? So here's a little tip. Write it down, like write those 4 steps down, and then write your answer to it and stand in front of the mirror every day. You're going to feel a little silly. It's fine. But practice and practice and practice. Get so good that if somebody came at you and said, hey, what's your story? You know, and you can recite it without even really having to think. It's really important, guys, to share that story, but not your life story. Next, we're going to go into the basics of your opportunity. Now, here's another place where I would always like to say a stupid simple. So there's 4 basic steps to how I will present my opportunity, and that is who, what, why, how. And then under each topic, you're going to put 3 to 5 bullet points with just brief basic information. You don't want to overwhelm people here. If you have a product that you're offering, they do not need to know every ingredient in your product, right? You just want to give them a snapshot of what your opportunity is, right? So starting with who is behind your company? Who are the people? The owners of the company, if it's a family or if it's a group of people, who are they? What is their motto? What is their mindset behind the business? That's really important. That was really important to me when I was looking for my current company is who's the family behind it? What is their motto? What is their mission, right? Next, where are they based out of? And then what countries are they available in? Especially if you can build an international business, you need to know that, and people want to know that. They've got friends and family everywhere, right? Can I share it with them? Next, are they a clean company? Are they a green company? What are a couple high points that they need to know about this company? And remember, we're just focusing on the company here. Second step, what? So what is your product or service? Now, this is really important, guys. And again, you don't want to overshoot here and tell them all the ingredients in your product or every single step. You just want to give them a brief look. So what are the high points? What's the difference in your product and say, every other product that's out there like it? One piece of advice here, guys, never, ever knock another company to promote your own. right? That's so, so important because that's a big turnoff for a lot of people. If you're bashing another company to promote your own, so you want to talk about the benefits and the perks, the comparison of the general things that are out there, but you really want to focus on the benefits and assets of your product or your service, right? And then okay, got a little sidetracked there. Sorry, guys. What are the final steps of your product or your service, right? What is this that's going to make them say, ooh, yeah, I need to look at that. I need to try that. And here, if you have before and afters, if it's a product, you can share some before and afters. So next, why? Why do they need to get involved? What are the perks of your company? What are the compensation? What are the benefits? So here's where I will share, if your company has a car program, if you offer travel, incentive trips, what are the perks and the benefits to being a part of this company? And income, of course. One thing I want to remind you here is no major income claims, right? We got to be really careful with that nowadays. We got to be really careful with that. You want to talk about the compensation plan, some of the perks and benefits, but we don't want to go into big numbers. And that can scare some people off, right? If you go into these big, huge promises, some people are like, I'm out, that's not for me. You want to come at them on their level and share things that are going to really grab their attention. Okay, so car program, travel, pay, timing. Is this the best timing for your company and for your product? Why is that pertinent in today's market, in today's world? And then next, how do they get involved, right? Now, here's where we talk about if you have a product pack option, if you have a service, maybe it's the different ways that you can invest to get involved. This is really important as well. And here's the thing, you want to make a recommendation. People really want to be directed. They don't know what they don't know, right? So you want to be super clear and make a very confident recommendation, pack you're recommending. In our company, we have 4 different options. And so I'm always very specific in which one they need and why. And maybe a little reminder, what you do is what your future team will do. So you always want to set the example and step up if you're serious about your business. And then finally, a call to action, guys. Again, people want to know what to do, and you want to lead into the close of your presentation very confidently. You want to welcome them and speak in the affirmative of, I cannot wait to welcome you to the family, or until you're a part of our business. Let's get you started. And then I love what Eric and Marina always teach, which is, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your biggest interest? 1 being least, 10 being highest. Like, give them that call to action, give them that direction and speak confidently, and your team will grow by leaps and bounds. This is a really important skill. So this is one piece of advice that I have on the presentation. Write down your who, what, why, how. Write down your 3 to 5 bullet points and then practice, practice, practice. I can remember a story that Eric told me, which was when he was young in his company and he learned that presentation and he got so good at it. He was on stage, he knew it front and back. You want to be really good at this part, guys, because prospecting is the lifeblood of your business. This is an industry of prospecting and duplication, and you have to be super good at that in order to build and grow your network, right? So that wraps it up. I hope you found some great tips and tricks to add to your business. I know that this has just been such an incredible journey, guys, and I am so, so honored to have been invited to speak today. Can't wait for all the rest of the training. Eric, Marina, again, thank you. Marina, back to you.
And thank you so much. I hope you guys got some value, because especially when Anne was talking about the story, I know that some people think it's like, oh, I don't have a story. Well, my story is like nothing special. It might be boring, but you would be surprised how many people listening to you talking about your story will say, oh, she's just like me. Oh, he's just like me. I can so relate. So remember, the story in your presentation is very important. And our next segment is going to be something that I'm super excited about, because this is kind of like a feature of the Most Powerful Women in Network Marketing event, because what we as women constantly thinking about, like, how do you build a business when you have kids, and when you have a lot of kids, and when you have small kids and big kids? How do you build a business? Can you be a good mom, and can you still be a successful business owner? And this next segment will be talking about that. So, most powerful women panel. Guys, please help me to introduce the amazing powerhouse women, moms, kick-ass business women, Summer Flaherty, Jaylene Schroeder, Sarah Zalaki, and Jennifer Hagenmeyer. Welcome, ladies. So how do you build network marketing as a mom? And, how do you do the business with kids running around and working around their schedule and your business schedule? And can you combine everything? Sometimes I hear, people asking about the mom's guilt, and people asking about, like, oh, I cannot really do the business because I have kids and because I'm so busy with them. So I wanted to talk to you guys, and let's probably start with a really quick introduction of each and every one, probably starting with Summer. And just tell us, how big is your organization? How many years you've been in a business? How many kids do you have? And we're gonna kind of like go introduce everybody. So go ahead.
All right. So hello everyone. I'm Summer Flaherty. I've been married 21 years, and we've been in the business to my husband Travis Flaherty. We have 6 kids, ranging from, I have a 3-year-old all the way up to a 20-year-old, and 2 other teenagers in between. We've been in the business coming upon this October. I can't believe, I was just thinking about it, 15 years. And I couldn't be happier. This business is amazing. And our organization, we have about 9,000 people in our organization right now.
That's amazing. Congratulations. 6 kids. Oh my goodness. And you guys keep taking notes, because those of you saying like, oh, I cannot build a business, I have a child, or I have 2. 6, all right? All right, so let's go to Sarah.
So my name is Sarah Zalecki. My husband, Tony, and I, we live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We have 2 little kids. We have a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old. I joke around that my husband's a big kid, so I really have 3 kids. Some of you guys can relate to that. I've been in the industry, 20 years. A little over 20 years. The company that I'm with now, we just celebrated our 7-year anniversary there, and we have a team a little over 40,000 people.
That's amazing. Congratulations. Jaylene, what about you?
Hi guys, my name is Jaylene Schroeder, and I am from Utah. I have a 4-year-old and I have an almost 2-year-old. I have been in the network marketing industry for 4 years. My anniversary is coming up in literally like 3 days. So 4 years, and I have around 7,000 people in my organization.
That's amazing. Jennifer, tell us.
Hello. Well, my name is Jennifer Hagenmeyer, and I have 4 children, 1 on the way, and a bonus child also. So I live in Pennsylvania. We're a busy family here, and I've been with my company for almost 7 years in January, and we are 16,000 and counting strong.
That's amazing. So Summer, let's go back and let's talk about, like, how do you build a business? Because I'm sure everybody who's watching right now, there's like, oh my gosh, 6 kids. How do you manage that? And I'm sure you can probably say that Travis would be the 7th one. But how do you manage all of this and building a successful business?
Well, we have been in the business for quite a while now, and there was a big learning curve. And but from the very beginning, when Travis and I decided this is something that we wanted to do, we decided that we weren't going to build the business at the expense of our family. And so we've really tried to, from day one, be inclusive of our family. I mean, I've had babies pretty much all along. Every couple of years, there's another one coming along. And it would be so easy to make an excuse of like, hey, I'm not going to go to this meeting because I have the baby. Honestly, there were times where I felt a little out of place in the room because I would just bring the baby with me and I would just try to do whatever I could. Thankfully, this is a home-based business, and a lot of the meetings early on were at people's homes. And we just try to never let it be an excuse of why we couldn't do the business. And then as our kids got busier in school and different programs that they were in and involved in, you know, we had to have communication. When you have a big family, communication is key with everybody in the family, as well as your spouse, whether you're working the business with your spouse in partnership, or you're the main person, or if you're the support person, that communication is key. And sometimes there's things that come up where there are, you know, events that the kids are, or performances, and then there's an event. So you have to divide and conquer. But we've really tried hard. We've taken our kids on the road with us a lot of times and tried to add, hey guys, you know, we have to go here to a convention, to Florida or whatever. So we'll just take everybody along. And some of them have been able to participate in conventions with us. Our oldest, his first time speaking in public was at 12 years old at a convention. So we've tried to, whenever there's an opportunity, to include them as they got older, and then take them on the road with us when possible. Like when we went to Florida in particular, we're like, hey, we're gonna get through this convention time and everyone's gonna pitch in and help, and then we're gonna go to Disney World. And we really try to do that a lot whenever we can. Whenever we're really pushing hard for a rink, or we're just launching, we have a talk with our kids as a family, and we say, okay guys, we're going to be putting the pedal to the metal right now. We might be, you know, in the office working a lot, and we might need your help. As our kids got a little bit older and they were able to help out with the younger ones, we'd say, okay, this is every week we go through and say, this is what our schedule looks like. And then you guys, this short time period where we're really pushing and maybe we're going to be super busy, what is a reward that you guys would like to have? And then we kind of just put this light at the end of the tunnel of a fun reward, and we'll do like a family trip. I don't know, we just always try to use the business as an education platform and to bring the family along. And like I said, you know, there's been different situations because we've had teenagers to babies, but we've always tried to never let it be an excuse for why we can't be at an event or you know, do the business. Communication is key.
Love it. Sarah, what about you guys?
So I think, you know, one of the things that, like you had mentioned about mom guilt, you know, one of the things that really helped me with that when I first started, you know, building my business, because, you know, when our company launched, I had a 2-year-old and I had just gotten pregnant, and we had just launched a company. So there was a lot of moving parts to that. And one of the things I did, you know, deal with early on was that mom guilt. And, you know, I really just learned how to have a really good perspective on that. And I really just focused on one thing. I focused on being fully present with whatever I was doing at whatever time. And that has served me so well over the last 7 years. So whoever when I was with a prospect, I was fully with that prospect. When I was with my husband, I was fully with my husband. When I was with one of my kids, I was fully with my kids. And I'm not talking like, you know, hours and hours and hours, because we all know the reality with our kids is our kids are kind of everywhere, right? And most of the time they just want us for like that 1 minute to be fully present, right? In that 1 minute, if you're fully present, it could seem like a day to them, right? And so that has helped me so much with overcoming that mom guilt of feeling like, oh my gosh, I feel like I should be doing more. I feel like I should be, you know, running around doing all these things, and just focusing on just the present piece has served me so well. Like even just building my friendships in general, right? With being a better friend and a better leader and a better spouse and a better mom, is just that present mentality in everything that I do really helped me with growing my business. Because I know that there are times that I'm really on in my business, and there are times that I'm off. Like, let's face it, we're moms. We have days that are really great. And then there's days that are like, there is nothing else that we could possibly do except we need to all go to bed right now. All of us, we need to go to sleep, and we need to just start all over again in the morning. Like, that is all we can do, is just shut it down, right? And that's okay. And just knowing, like, every day, as long as we're, you know, focusing on that, being fully present, doing what we know that we could do that day, is good enough. And those two things have really helped me with trying to juggle all of it, with being a mom and you know, obviously building a business too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point, because like I always say when people ask me, it's like, oh, how do you deal with the mom's guilt? And Sarah, exactly like you said, I always teach everybody that it's, you know, kids don't need all of your time. They just need a quality time with them. So don't kind of like mix match those things. Like when you're sitting on your phone or on your computer working, and your kids kind of like playing somewhere around next to you, that does not mean you spending your time with your kids. You're not gonna feel that way even if you're fooling yourself with that, and your kids definitely not gonna feel that they're getting their mommy time. So being fully present with them, and you are so right, because they don't need all of your time, regardless of the age of your kids. When they're little or when they're getting older, they have other things to do. They want to play with their toys, they want to go back to their computer, or they want to go play with their other kids. So they don't need you 24/7 unless they're just newborn baby dependent on you. But even in that, you still have time to while they're napping. But just understand that spending the quality time is a big deal, and they will feel happy, they will feel that they got that connection, and it's going to be beneficial for you and them. So Jaylene, how are you managing everything with the kids and how your day works?
So one thing I want to talk about is balance. That was something that I feel like it was ingrained in my head at the beginning, is you need balance, you need balance, you need balance. And I feel like I quite literally killed myself trying to create this balanced life. And as soon as I let go of this idea of perfect balance, that is when I started to thrive. So just as we've already talked about, quality time is so much more important than, okay, I'm going to spend 5 hours working, I'm going to spend 5 hours with my kids. And we have to realize there are so many seasons, different seasons of life. There's going to be seasons where maybe our whole family is sick and we're going to be spending less time working. There's going to be seasons where our kids are in school full time. So those hours, we have more time to get business done. So I think as women, we're very hard on ourselves, and we want to be that perfect mom and wife and friend and businesswoman. And so we have these crazy high expectations for ourselves. But I teach this to my team all the time. I really don't believe there's such thing as balance. I think there's quality, and giving 100% to what you're doing, as it's already been said, that is what's important. It's not having the perfect balance in your life, because there is just no such thing. So as soon as we let go of that expectation of perfect balance and we realize we have seasons, and I'm sure most of us can relate, we're kind of in a busy season right now with network marketing, because people are realizing the value in having a business at home. And so our businesses are growing, and it's busy right now. This is not necessarily something that's happening on a monthly basis. So for myself, I've given myself grace, and I know that right now I'm spending a little bit more time on my business than I am with my family. The communication piece, as it was mentioned before, is also huge, because I communicate with my husband. He knows this is a very busy month for me, and he's more involved. And yeah, the communication and just keeping those expectations realistic and giving yourself grace as a mom and a wife, and all of the tasks that we're trying to do on a daily basis.
And I think that balance has a different meaning for different people. I think that overachievers, we have, like, for us, balance is kind of like a little bit messed up, like working 10, 12 hours a day, it's normal. It's kind of a balance for us, right? For some people, it's so overwhelming and it's so crazy. So I think a lot of those things depend on your goals. And it's just important to understand that if you want to have an excellent life, the life of the successful person, success doesn't fall into your lap laying on the couch. It's just not going to happen like that. So you need to understand that your working hours going to be a little bit more overextended. And like you said, Jaylene, it's just going to be more of a season, season of building, or season of getting a little bit of rest, or season when you as a family going to Disneyland or stuff like that. So just understanding in which season right now you are located, and just make those choices and decisions based on that. So Jennifer, I want to hear your story, because you have 4 kids, you have a bonus child, and another baby coming up. That last 2 of them ended up being my grandkids. So yeah. That's for some of you, that's probably news. But so tell me, how's your business day working, and how you managing, because you have kids all kind of like all different ages, just like Summer.
I definitely have kids of all ages. I actually started with network marketing when I was 5 months pregnant. So I feel like I've got a good kind of grasp of what to expect at all different times. And just like you said, seasonally, everything is seasonally. And I think once you understand that, you can eliminate the guilt, and you can kind of know, like, Work hard so that you can play hard. I have that conversation with my kids all the time. Okay, mommy's got to work right now. This is go time. But guess what? We're going to go do something fun. And because we've been able to kind of achieve that, balance, so to speak, we've had amazing opportunities. We've had amazing memories created, and we've been able to travel and do all the things. And that's kind of where I'm able to say to the kids, you know what? Because of mommy's profession, because of what mommy has done, we're able to do all these things. And then everybody's kind of like on board and they understand. And I think that communication is so key. I learned very early on, like, we have to tell our kids what we're doing, or else they just think we're playing around. If we work at home or if we're always on our phone, they can have resentment. But if you kind of educate them, bring them into the business, have them help you, give them chores, give them tasks, it feels like a family business. So that's really kind of like what works out with us. So working really hard so we can play hard and everybody gets rewarded. It's a family business.
It's such a key to include your kids and explain to them what are you doing, because most of the time they don't understand. They think that you're just sitting in front of your computer scrolling Facebook and that's all you're doing, and for them it's just like it's funny, it's not even a job, right? But they don't really understand the full extent of what we do. And once you include them, once you bring them to the events, once you kind of like give them different assignments, especially if you're running for the next rank or trying to close the month strong or whatever it might be, going to the next goal, having them as a part of the team and showing them it's a family business, I think it's such a key. One of our top leaders that you're gonna hear also today, she is a top income earner in one of the companies inside of our profession, and last year she brought her daughter to the women's event. And she's a grown-up woman. I think she's 25-year-old, the daughter. And so she was sitting in the audience and listening. Her mom was presenting on stage. So she was listening to mom talk, and she saw the audience, reaction, and everybody stood up and give her, standing ovation, and just kind of like seeing her mom shine in such a big way. Finally, she realized the impact that her mom was creating around the world and different challenges that they had, because sometimes our kids can be frustrated with us because we don't spend as much time as we would love to and as much time as they would want it to spend with us. But now she finally saw why her mom was doing what she was doing and what an impact is creating for a lot of people. So her sacrifices meant so much for a lot of different people. So I think it's a really cool and important way to show our kids what we do. So to kind of like switch gears a little bit, I want to get your guys' opinion, because being in network marketing, being an entrepreneur, I think it creates a little bit different family dynamic. And it also, I think that we teach our kids a little bit more of entrepreneurship. Have you seen with your kids kind of like being a little bit more open-minded to different job choices to become an entrepreneur? What are you seeing with them? You have a kind of like fairly older kids right now who are thinking about the future jobs. So what are you seeing?
Well, that's really good that you brought that up, because I do feel like for instance, my son, he has specifically, he's 20, he just turned 20, he's married, and he has specifically gone after jobs where he is his own boss. And much to other family members, how do I say this, disappointment maybe, because I don't know, I just think there's a perception out there that college, which is amazing and it does have its place, is the only option if you want to be successful. And so I feel like him seeing how we've been entrepreneurs for the last 15 years has shown him that he can take that step to go out and try to start his own business and to be an entrepreneur and not have that fear. Because I think that it's maybe easy when you have all these outside influences telling you like, hey, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? And everybody putting their opinions on you when you're young. And he is like just standing firm, and he has gone after. I'm really, Travis and I both are really, really proud of him, because it's not easy. It's not at all. And recently, Sienna, our 17-year-old, she chose to be a rep for Cutco. And although that's not necessarily her own business, I feel like that is a really good business to be able to teach her the skill set that she needs for, contacting, following up, having, she's learning to use Zoom and do presentations, and it is 100% commission. So I just think that those are jobs that I see that other maybe teenagers would shy away from because it might be intimidating for them to have conversations with adults and be able to just do something that's out of the norm. And all of our children, I feel like, have actually, I forgot to mention my other son, my son that I was talking about, Chandler, who's 20. He also started his own online business recently, and he's been working on that while he's doing his other businesses that he's working on. So I'm really proud of him for choosing and the road less traveled, the one that's difficult, that could be scary. And I think it's just because we've really tried hard to use our business as a platform to teach our children that there are other ways to do things, and that you can break the mold and not have to be fearful if other people are challenging your belief system, because Travis and I have had to overcome that too with our family. Not everybody has been on board all the time for us they've been fearful for us, like, are you sure you want to do network marketing? And we've had to overcome that. I feel like our children have been able to see that and see us overcome that. And I think it's very important too that we've taught our children to follow their dreams. If it's something that they're passionate about, they believe in, they're going to be able to achieve it if they work hard.
Yeah, love it. Sarah, your kids are still little, so they're not necessarily looking at the jobs yet, but I'm sure that you're noticing influence on them from your personal development and how your life is already, so what are you seeing in them?
Definitely. I think, one thing too, I'd love to say is I love how guys were talking about, just the hard work and the dream. I do want to encourage the women that are watching, which I know there's lots and lots, is don't be afraid of the hard work here in our business, because your kids need to see what it's like to work hard. Your kids need to see what it's like to chase a dream. They need to see what it's like when you fall down and you cry and you're working hard, and they need to see when you're cheering and when, they need to see all of that, right? And so I think for me, like sometimes, moms are like, oh, I don't know that I want my kids to see me working so hard all the time. I'm like, yeah, they do. They need to see that. They need to see what it's like instead of all the entitlement that's out there. Like, I learned how to work hard when I was 13 years old. Like, my parents in grade, like, we work hard and we get after it. And so, my kids, they work hard. They're hard workers. And yes, they're only 5 and 7, but they get out there and they do their best no matter what it is, whether it's, coloring on something, they do their very best, right? That's one of the things that, we work hard with our kids, and we don't necessarily are telling them, are you doing your best? Like, they just know because they watch how we are and they watch what we do. And, even something as simple as like putting together a puzzle with my son, and my son loves puzzles. I call him like Rain Man. He's amazing at puzzles, and we're putting together this puzzle, and I'm like, Hudson, I don't really know if I can't do this. And he literally like taps me on the shoulder, Marina, and he's like, Mom, remember, always try, okay? Always try, like those little things, right? And you're just like, wow, like they are always watching, right? From when your little daughter is running around with her kids out front and they're playing, and she looks at her friends and she goes, guys, I lead. Like, that's what she says, legit. I lead, right? And you're just like, wow. So it's just understanding, like, they do watch what you're doing, and that personal development that you are doing every single day. Even if you think they can't see it, they see you getting better. They see you working hard on becoming the best version of you, right? And they will start doing those things just because you're modeling, whether you know it or not. We are constantly modeling to our kids. So even just on those little levels, right, as little as they are, it's a big deal. right? It's really a big deal.
Yeah, it is, and it's so true because they're just like little sponges. I mean, it's like little or big, whatever they are, whatever the ages are. Because I remember when Eric and I met, and I was going through a tough divorce, and I actually at that time I was kind of like deciding on separating, and it was a really challenging time for me because I was broken emotionally, I was broke financially, and more than anything, I lost respect for myself, and I could not really, you know, I did not have confidence, I didn't have self-belief, I didn't have any of that. So I was questioning everything, and I was kind of like still blaming myself that my relationship didn't work, and I was still blaming myself that maybe I deserve it, maybe I'm a bad mom, you know, maybe going out of this relationship that it's broken, I'm being selfish, and maybe for my kids I need to stay and I need to kind of like stick a little longer, like we see a lot of people staying kind of like as a couple together, and once the kids off to college they break up. So and he gave me an amazing lesson at the time. He told me, don't you think your kids see you crying yourself to bed every single night? Don't you see they noticing that you're deeply unhappy? Do you think they will benefit from seeing that you chasing your dreams and you fulfilling yourself, your passion, and being happy, being loved? Do you think that will serve them better? And at that moment in time, I realized he's so right, because this is how they learn. Because one day when they're gonna come to me and say, okay, I cannot do this, or I don't think I'm capable of achieving that goal or whatever, and I'll try to tell them, like, yeah, you guys can do everything, you can achieve everything. What they would ask me, Mom, why you didn't do it? And what would be my answer? And I realized just for that specific reason, I have to push myself out of my comfort zone. I have to kind of like throw away all of those weird thoughts about my incapabilities and just go and achieve it for them. So Jaylene, what are you seeing? Because you also have smaller kids.
So I have a 4-year-old, and just like you said, they are sponges, and it has been amazing to watch her watch me. When I first started this, she was 4 months old, so she has quite literally grown up with me doing this. So she will get on live videos with me. I'm in the makeup industry, so she'll get on and like do makeup with me. She knows the names. 2 weeks ago, we were getting in my car, and she says this all the time, and it makes me so emotional. But I was buckling her in, got in the car, and she said, Mom, you worked really hard to get this car, huh? Like you earned this car, huh? And she says that every time we get in the car. Mom, you worked so hard for this, huh? They totally, and I don't think I've ever once told her like, hey, I earned this car. They see, they hear, they listen, they watch, and every little thing we do, like I'll see her creating her own business or doing something upstairs and pretending like she's talking to customers. Like they watch us. She's only 4, and she is so aware of everything that's going on. And it makes me so proud because I mean, as mothers, we all want our children to be independent and strong and hardworking. And there is nothing better for our children to watch than us working hard and chasing our dreams.
Jennifer?
Wow. I mean, when I think about the business, I think about all of the different domino effects that it's going to have on my kids. They're getting to, watch us all work really hard right now, but I'm most excited for the future and the seeds that we're planting when they get to see, the fruits of the labor that is being created. And honestly, at the end of the day, in order to be successful in this profession, you have to lead with a servant's heart. And so when they get to visualize and see us doing that, it's teaching them life lessons. Ultimately, you have to lead with a servant's heart or you won't have success. So they get to see that. And the choice, ultimately, I believe, is up to them. They want to do something similar. I know as a parent, I'm doing my job and I'm kind of putting that forward. And that makes me excited. They get to, not only see their mom working hard through something, but also they've seen me, get over the trials and the tribulations that I've also gone through. And I know they're proud of me, and that makes me excited. They get to see what this profession can really do. I've had to go through some really difficult times. I'm so grateful for this profession. It's allowed my children to see, the minimum amount of change through going through divorce. And they know that because of what mommy does, they've been able to maintain this life that we've created. So I'm excited for the domino effects and the lessons that are learned over and over again.
Yeah, it's just really fun to see what amazing human beings they're growing into because of the experience that you having in your life, because you showing them what's possible, you chasing your dreams, you going after that. Sometimes they see like, oh my gosh, my mama is a badass, you know, she's so hardworking. At the same, she is so loving and caring, and you just being amazing role models for your children. And first of all, I'm really grateful for you guys to be who you are, and just, you know, creating and raising a new generation of smart, intelligent, entrepreneurially driven kids. I think it's really powerful and really amazing. So first of all, thank you for all of that, what you do, and thank you for being who you are, and thank you for being on this panel with me. I'm sure all of you guys who are watching got a lot of great ideas, got a lot of great tips. Of course, we can be talking about, you know, what do you do as a mom and different strategies and ideas for hours, but we only have so much. So that concludes our panel. Thank you so much for being with me today, and good luck with kids. Good luck with them growing up, with their graduations, and them picking up different jobs, and some of them just coming up and being born very soon. All right? Thank you, ladies. Love you. Wow, what powerful moms we have. And I hope you guys notice that all of these women, they, regardless of how many kids they have, they never use their kids as an excuse. They always use their kids as a motivation to push them to, you know, move forward and become better and face their fears so they can provide a better future for themselves, for their families, and for their kids. And this concludes our first hour. I hope you got some value. I hope you took already a lot of notes. We will be coming back in 5 minutes. So it will be 16 in 5 minutes. 11:16, 11:17, make sure you're in your seat in front of the screen, because in the next hour, I will be bringing you, we will continue to talk about the skills, we will talk about the leadership. I have a special guest, Jamie Kern-Lima. She is the woman who created her company and sold it for $1 billion with the B. And of course, some of you who attended last year women's event, you've seen our next presenter speak, Michelle Poehler. She's the fear expert. She's an amazing young lady, and she will be sharing with you some ideas on how to face your fears and overcome them. And I have a special announcement after that. So make sure that you tune in, and we will come back in 5 minutes sharp. Welcome back, and our second hour begins. I don't know about you, but for me, the first hour just flew by so fast, I didn't even realize that we're already on our second hour, and we are just pretty much warming up. There is so much more amazing content and wonderful speakers, and my next presenter, she's a very powerful leader. She is originally from Mexico, and right now she lives with her husband and two amazing children in California. And you know, she struggled with her health issues, and she struggled financially, but finally she figured it out. And today she is a seven-figure earner, and she just reached #1 income earner in her company. And she will be talking about duplication, so you better listen. So our next presenter is Ada Caballero.
Hi, everybody. I hope that you are doing great and stay safe with your family. Thank you, Marina and Eric Warwick, for the invitation to be a part of this amazing virtual meeting. My name is Ada Caballero, and I start to training in Spanish. So don't worry, you get the subtitles. So that way we communicate better. So, para mí es bien importante que tú sepas cómo empezar el negocio, cómo vamos a traer gente para capturarla en nuestro negocio es muy importante. Y te digo una cosa, mucha gente piensa que el producto es importante, mucha gente piensa que el plan de compensación es importante, pero lo más importante es traer la gente a nuestro negocio. Sin gente no hay paraíso, señores. Por lo tanto, nosotros necesitamos aprender cómo nosotros podemos desarrollar una organización que nos lleve al éxito a donde nosotros queremos llegar. Y te digo, la mayoría de las personas tienen pena hablar con la gente y necesitamos entender que la gente es lo más importante en nuestro negocio. Por lo tanto, desarrollar la manera de cómo atrapar a esa gente, eso se vuelve la razón número 1 para que tú empieces a hacer las cosas de la manera correcta. ¿Cómo yo voy a atrapar a la gente? Y te voy a decir algo, lo más importante es que tú empieces a usar todas las herramientas que están disponibles y crear un sistema para que te resulte. La gente no le gusta que le vendan, a la gente le gusta comprar. Por lo tanto, tú no te puedes poner una persona a querer atraparlos, a fastidiarlos. Más bien, te tienes que entrenar en cómo poder llegar a la gente para que la gente vea tu proyecto y se interese en él. Y por lo tanto, tú tienes que empezar a aprender a hacer las preguntas correctas. 1, necesitas saber por qué quieres hacer esto. Y necesitas saber también por qué la gente haría tu proyecto. Por eso es importante que tú te especialices en hacer un sistema para que toda la gente lo duplique y sea más sencillo. Si no trabajas en un sistema, va a ser imposible que tú atraigas la gente. La práctica, conforme tú vas creciendo, conforme tú vas aprendiendo las herramientas, esto es más fácil para ti. Primero tienes que tener un plan por escrito, un plan que diga a qué vas a hacer a las 8, a las 9, a las 10, a las 11. Tienes que ver esto como un trabajo. Si tú le dedicas part-time, tus resultados van a ser pocos. Pero si tú ya estás decidido a hacer que las cosas pasen, tú necesitas tener tu agenda y prepararte con tu agenda. Porque recuerda, la duplicación depende de lo que tú haces. Tu ejemplo es lo que atrae la gente. Si tú no haces las cosas, ¿qué crees? Tu gente tampoco lo va a hacer. Por lo tanto, tienes que tener sentido de urgencia para atraer la gente hacia tu negocio. Lo primero que tú tienes que hacer es agarrar todas las herramientas necesarias como producto, ser producto del producto, tomar todo tu producto, conocer todo tu producto o los servicios que tú estás ofreciendo. Porque si tú no los conoces, no vas a poder inspirar a los demás. Si tú tomas tu producto, créeme que esa es la mejor manera de conocerlo. Y nosotros transmitimos energía. Podrás ser muy bueno hablando, pero te digo una cosa, la gente siente si tú quieres su dinero o tú realmente estás allí para ayudarlos. A la gente le gusta sentirse bien y es algo que tú tienes que entender, que si tú te vuelves un experto en cubrir las necesidades de la gente, ¿qué crees? Ellos se van a conectar contigo. Y por eso es muy importante que uses palabras como te puedo entender, yo estaba igual que tú. A hoy las cosas han cambiado. Y lo más importante es que sigas tu sistema. ¿Qué es lo que vas a hacer a las 8? ¿Qué vas a hacer a las 4? ¿Qué vas a hacer? Y te mantengas pegado al sistema y no salgas por la tangente. Porque recuerda que lo que tú hagas, tu gente va a hacer. Y eso es lo que va a hacerte llevar a traer más gente. Recuerda, entre más gente traes a tu negocio, más los rangos se van a ir subiendo. Por lo tanto, tienes que creer que esto es una carrera y que no se hace por casualidad ni por arte de magia. Es trabajo, es dedicación y estar dispuesto a dejarte enseñar y aprender, porque lo que tú hagas lo vas a duplicar y si lo duplicas bien, entonces vas a llegar a los rangos, pero lo que es más importante, vas a poder liderar a tu grupo. Si tú quieres reinventar las ruedas o si tú quieres idear ejemplos diferentes, vas a desconcentrar a tu gente. Por lo tanto, necesitas tener tu sistema, tener tus herramientas, conocer tu producto, tu servicio, salir a prospectar, hablar con gente, vender tu negocio, vender tu porqué. Es bien importante. Después, darle seguimiento a esa gente y eso es lo más importante. A la gente le gusta sentirse que le estás tomando atención. No le gusta ser parte de que los usen. A la gente le gusta sentirse gente. Por lo tanto, emana e inspira a esas personas para que ellos te puedan duplicar y seguir haciendo lo que tú. Si lo haces bien, créeme que esa es la mejor manera de atrapar la gente hasta tu negocio. Recuerda que a la gente le gusta sentirse bien. Y hay una regla de oro que dice, trata a todos como quieras que te traten a ti. Y esa es la mejor herramienta que el día de hoy yo te puedo dar, porque eso me ha servido a mí. Que realmente aquí yo no tengo socios, yo tengo familia, donde juntos, unidos, estamos trabajando en este proyecto de network marketing. Y esto es lo que nos hace a nosotros en estos momentos crecer. Allá afuera hay muchas necesidades y tú necesitas ser la persona que resuelva esas necesidades. Por eso esta industria está creciendo a pasos agigantados, pero todo empieza con tu ejemplo. ¿Qué quieres tú duplicar? ¿Cuál es tu porqué? ¿Cuáles son tus sueños? Y después salir a trabajar, salir a prospectar, salir a reclutar la gente para tu negocio. ¿Cómo? Conociendo tu producto. ¿Cómo? Conociendo tu plan. Y sobre todo, escuchando las necesidades de las personas para que tú les puedas brindar sus necesidades. Así es que, mi gente, esto es sencillo, es práctico de duplicarlo. Cuando tú creas el sistema, te mantienes en el sistema, tus cuotas diarias, tus fechas diarias cumplidas, esto te va a llevar al éxito. Espero que esto que les haya compartido sea de mucho provecho para tu negocio. I'm happy and thank you to be here to share with you something. Thank you so much.
Ada, thank you so much. I love your passion and I love speaking your Spanish. It's absolutely amazing. My next speaker, you probably haven't heard about her because she's not inside of our profession, but she's really strong and powerful entrepreneur. She created her own business in her living room, and then she sold that company to L'Oreal for $1 billion. So going through all the rejection and all the no's, she was able to become, first of all, first CEO in L'Oreal in 100+ years. So if you want to know how to build a $1 billion business and how to deal with rejections, you better tune in right now because my next presenter is going to be sharing just that. So please help me welcome Jamie Kern Lima. Jamie?
Hi guys, I'm Jamie Kern Lima, co-founder of IT Cosmetics. The most common question that I get asked is, how did you take an idea from your living room and turn it into a $1 billion business? And how did you deal with all of the no's and the rejection and the underestimation? And really, how do you deal with self-doubt and not feeling qualified? So that's what I'm going to talk about today. And I'm going to share a little bit about how I overcame those things in order to, deal with all of the no's and all the rejection and all the people that said my idea was never going to work. And how I kind of went from that with literally almost no money and just kept going and turned something into a successful business that we're so blessed helps the lives of millions of people around the world. So I'm going to share that with you today because here's the thing, like if you have a dream on your heart or you have an idea or a big goal or a big passion, or maybe you have a business right now or you want to launch one, maybe you want to scale your business to be huge and you're just struggling going, how do I take it to the next level, right? And sometimes it's like, it seems like things just aren't going our way. And when that happens, it's so easy to have self-doubt take over. It's so easy to feel like, okay, maybe we're not qualified to do this. And that's the thing is I feel like self-doubt kills more dreams than like anything else. So I'm going to share with you the one thing that changed everything for me in my journey, because I had this vision to create a company, IT Cosmetics, where we shift culture in beauty, where we use, real women and men and use models that aren't airbrushed. And I really wanted to create products that worked for everyone and show images of models that were all ages and sizes and skin tones and skin challenges, the way I have skin challenges. So, started in our living room with close to no money and poured it all into product and just thought, this is so needed. This is going to change so many lives. And when I shared our product in the first several years of the company, everybody said no. So all of the department stores, all of the beauty experts, all the beauty retailers, all of them literally said, no, we don't think this idea is going to work. It's not the right fit for us. And it got really hard. I remember when we got down to under $1,000 in our bank account, and I would struggle every time I would get another no. I would struggle by thinking like, okay, maybe I'm just not qualified to create a successful beauty business. And, it's super hard when self-doubt kind of starts to take over in our heads. And here's the thing, right? So I believe no matter what faith you are, no matter what faith you practice, if you have no faith at all, if you trust the universe, no matter what, I think all of us have a gut feeling, an intuition, right? This really strong gut. And for me, faith is super important in my life. And that's when I pray, I really feel the answers in my gut, right? Through my intuition. And I have learned that your gut is stronger than anyone else's advice. And every time I would hear another no and just start to doubt myself or feel like I wasn't qualified again, I would pray and I would listen to that gut feeling, and it kept telling me like, you're supposed to do this. Like it's not an accident. You have this idea or this vision to create this company. And so I would keep going and I would keep going. And, you know, at the end of the day, like I worked really hard. Yes, you have to work really, really hard. I didn't give up. But those two things, working really hard and not giving up, those are like the two bare minimum things that you need to do. The most critical thing I think that I did was I made this decision, no matter what, I was gonna believe that I could, right? And I wasn't gonna break that promise to myself. So every time Sephora would say no again, or Ulta would say no, or QVC would say no, or a department store, I would just go, you know what? It just means not yet. I would like decide in my mind that it was gonna be a yes, and I just crystal clear made that decision that I was gonna believe that I could. And you know, there were words that I called on that I'm gonna share with you today. And again, when you look at all my best friends, you will see they all pray different, they don't look the same, they don't believe the same, and I love you all day long, no matter what. But again, my faith is super, super strong for me, and so there were these words I would always call upon that really helped me, these famous words, and so I'm gonna share those with you today. Because here's what I believe, you know, so many of us, we have this like dream on our heart, right? And I think if you have a dream that you just can't shake and you just feel like you're supposed to do it, I think that that is part of your calling. And so these words that I would call upon would really help me when I would be struggling with self-doubt, or all those times where I just didn't feel qualified, or I started to just second guess everything. And the famous words go like this: God does not call the qualified, he qualifies the called. And I would call on those words so many times. And to me, what they mean is this, right? If you have that goal, that vision, that dream on your heart, I think that's part of your calling. And what this means to me is that you already have everything you need to accomplish your dream. It's already in you. Like, you're literally born with everything you need. God doesn't call the qualified, he qualifies the called. So I believe that, you know, that idea that, you know, you have everything in you that you need. I think that one of our greatest missions in life, every single one of us, is to figure out how to believe that for ourselves. I think it's one of our greatest journeys. And let me just throw one more idea out there at you. Let's just say I'm wrong. Let's say you're not qualified, right? Let's say I'm wrong. Well, let me ask you this, like, imagine what would happen if you decided to believe you were anyway. Oh, right? So seriously, let's think about this for a minute. To me, it's truly the one thing that changed everything. And, you know, year after year, we kept going. I mean, we got down to under $1,000 in our bank account. It was so stressful, but we kept going. We worked really, really hard, didn't give up, but made that decision to believe, right? To believe. And eventually every single no turned into a yes. All of the beauty retailers, all of the department stores, and It Cosmetics grew to over $1 billion company with millions of customers. And here's the thing is like, oh my gosh, if I could go back in time to all those nights I was like crying myself to sleep, it's like, you know, all of the things, this vision I had, like we created 48 shades of concealer. We used women of every different age and size and skin challenge. And all of those department stores or experts or retailers that said, that's never gonna work. Like now they're all not only supporting our brand, but they're doing it themselves. It's like, yes. So it's just, you know, when you have that calling on your heart and your intuition tells you it's spot on, you've got to trust that. You've got to trust that over everyone else's advice. And, you know, here's the thing, that question that I always seem to get, like, how did you start in your living room with this idea? How did you overcome years of all those no's? I mean, yes, I worked really hard. I did 100-hour weeks for 10 years. I do not recommend it. I worked really, really, really hard, and I just didn't quit. I didn't give up. But those two things, to me, they're basic. Work really hard and don't give up. Like, that's just the price of admission, right? For any time you're gonna go after a dream or become an entrepreneur, that is the price of admission. But to me, the most important thing I did, that one thing that changed everything, was I made the decision to believe that I could. So I hope that this inspires you or reminds you to make that decision for yourself as well, to believe that you can. And you know, we're all in this together, right? We're all in this together. So I am excited for you, and share your stories, share what you're doing, your side hustle, your dream, something you're struggling with. I'm on Instagram, Jamie Kern Lima. So I would love to hear your story, what you've got going on. And more importantly, you guys, just share this. Please share this video with somebody that, you know, needs to hear this story and needs to be reminded and needs to kind of just get that extra boost to keep going. Because I think sometimes online or, you know, in articles, we just see that headline. We just see like that fairy tale, like, oh, you know, girl starts with, you know, and sometimes it makes it look easy. And a lot of times when we're struggling and when we're getting that rejection and hearing no, and down to our last few dollars, when we're in those times of struggle, sometimes we feel like we're alone and we feel like, oh my gosh, is this just happening to me? And so I hope by me sharing, you know, this glimpse into kind of like the story behind the story, I hope that it is inspiring and empowering and a reminder that, oh no, you're not alone. Like, it doesn't mean your idea is bad or wrong, that, you know, just because you're not getting traction right now. Like, sometimes you just have to keep going and you just have to make that decision to believe. So share this with somebody who needs to hear it, and we are all in this together.
Jamie, thank you so much. And you are so right. You know, no does not mean that people are rejecting you. It's not personal. It just means that not now. Maybe they have some challenges and obstacles in their life that are not allowing them to join your business and start in network marketing. So make sure that you continue the conversation. Make sure that you continue to tell your friends and family and potential prospects what is happening in your life, what is happening in your business. And eventually there will be a right time when they will be able to hear and will be open to learn about your opportunity or your products. All right? So my next presenter, she is amazing. And those of you who've been to Network Marketing, Most Powerful Women in Network Marketing last year, she presented on stage and she was the highest rated speaker. Everybody absolutely loved her. Her name is Michelle Poller. She is the wonderful young lady who went through the challenge of 100 days facing her fears. And at that time, she was just kind of like rising star. Not that many people knew about her. And then this year, she became so famous, so powerful. She wrote her book. So if you heard her speak last year, I'm sure you already understand the content, but get the book because you will absolutely love it. And you can find it at hellofearsbook.com. Get your copy, make sure that you read it, and let us know your feedback. But those of you who haven't met Michelle, this is your chance to learn from her and about her. But in order to help me welcome her properly, I would like you all to stand up. Come on, stand up. We've been sitting for almost an hour and a half, so I need you all to stand up. Come on. And Michelle, floor is yours.
Are you joining me?
Modelo tire, que tire, que tire, que tire pa'lante con su movimiento cambia una. Que tire, que tire, que tire, que tire, que tire, que tire pa'lante, que tire pa'lante con su movimiento. Y que tire, que tire, que tire pa'lante.
That was amazing, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. And I know some of you didn't. I can't see you anyways. Sorry guys, I actually needed some water. That was too much dancing for this time of the day. The first thing I want to ask you is, can you remember your earliest memory of fear? Maybe a fear you had when you were 2, 3, 4 years old. My earliest memory of fear goes all the way back to when I was 3 years old, and I still remember how terrified I was to walk down the aisle. Not as the bride, but as the flower girl, of course. You would assume that a 3-year-old girl would be delighted to wear a big, white, puffy dress just like the bride and throw petals everywhere, right? Not me! I was afraid to walk by myself and not be able to find my mom at the end of the aisle. So at the age of 7, 4 years after that picture was taken, my parents had a hunch that my shyness was not necessarily emotional. So they took me to the doctor and they found out that I couldn't see, like at all. I needed glasses for the first 7 years of my life and they had no idea. So parents in the audience, if you have a really shy kid, take them to the eye doctor. Maybe that's it. Because for the longest time, my comfort zone was defined by a 10-foot radius circle that surrounded my mom or my dad. But the truth is that we all have a comfort zone, and we know it pretty well because we live there most of the times. We know exactly where it starts and where it ends, and they are unique to each individual, just like your personality or your body is. So the things that are uncomfortable to me may be things that you can easily do. Like, for example, eating an oyster, which I have to say I tried and then I couldn't, so I had to spit it out. And then they're so expensive, I had to try the same one again and again. It was not pretty. Also doing things like getting a Brazilian wax, very uncomfortable. And even slow rafting, right? Just like regular rafting, but nothing ever happens unless you try to take a selfie. But the beautiful thing is that comfort zones can change from one day to the other. They can expand as we face our fears or contract as we limit ourselves. To me, life felt like a checklist that I had to go through according to society's expectations. Graduate from high school? Check. Go to college? Check. Find prestigious job, get married, buy a home, have kids, right? I was doing everything I was expected to until it hit me. Who am I checking these boxes for? Who am I truly living for? Because I see that my parents, my professors, my mentors, they're all certainly happy with my outcome, but am I? I can say that I'm comfortable, but can I say I'm generally happy? So a couple of years ago, I realized that I had two options. I could continue checking society's boxes like it was expected of me. I mean, I was already married. I just needed to buy a home, have kids, have grandkids, and die. Right? Or I could have the courage to create my own set of things and pursue those as well. As Jim Carrey says, you can't visualize things and then go eat a sandwich. You kind of need to prove to the universe how much you want the things you envision, and to do so, you need to get uncomfortable. When I realized that fear was the one thing that could keep me from achieving my dream, I embarked on a project that changed my life for good. It is called a 100-day project, and the idea is that you choose one thing that you want to do repeatedly for 100 days in a row. It can be anything, as long as it's something that helps you grow or improve in some way. I knew that this was a great opportunity for me to go after my fears, so I decided to become a braver person throughout this project, not only for myself, but for my family and for my future kids. That's why I decided to face 100 fears in a period of 100 days and document the entire process on YouTube.
From the smallest things that were limiting my everyday life to fears I never thought I would be able to conquer.
Michelle Pola decided that she was sick of living her life in fear of the unknown and the unexpected, so she decided to embrace it. Every day for 100 days, she's pledged to do something that scares her.
I'm here with Michelle Pola in Times Square, New York City, where she is living 100 days without fear.
100 miedos en 100 días. Michelle decided to spend 100 days conquering her fears. 100 days. What I really believe that Michelle is experiencing is tapping into her inner strength that was there all along.
When I first started this project, I thought that the end goal was to eliminate fear, get rid of it. But along the process, I realized that fear is our ally and is there to keep us safe and alive. But the more we say yes to new experiences and to new opportunities, the more we allow growth to jump in. And the important thing here is that we can keep fear in its place and not let it hold us back from making all of those growth decisions. You know, for me, the 100-day project was only the beginning. But now, instead of perceiving every fear as an obstacle, I choose to see it as an opportunity. An opportunity that can lead us to uncover our next big thing. And that is the best that can happen. What I realize is that the enemy of success is not failure. It's actually comfort. Comfort is what keeps us from innovating. I mean, we're in the middle of a crisis and we need to innovate. We need to redefine things. We need to change strategies. What are we really waiting for, right? Comfort is the one thing that is keeping us from that. Also, comfort convinces us to settle for what we have instead of fighting for what we deserve. And it begs us to look down at our phones instead of having the real conversations with the people that are next to us. And comfort tells us things like, good things come to those who wait. But as Da Vinci put it, people of accomplishment rarely sat back and let things happen to them. They went out and happened to things. Life will always give us options. Some will take us back into our comfort zones. Others will challenge us, but help us grow. The most important thing here is to identify which one is the growth option and choose that one despite the fear that it may bring. In fact, that's the best way to tell them apart because most of the times the growth option is the scariest one. So the question is, how can we put growth into motion? We have to focus on the rewards. And to do so, I ask myself the question, what's the best that can happen? Again and again. And the way that I perceive this question is as if I have X-ray vision. Think about it. When you're about to face a fear, you're about to take a risk, do a challenge, right? All of these negative thoughts start to pop into our head, saying things like, don't do it, you're not good enough, who do you think you are, you're going to regret it, and it builds a brick wall. Every brick is a different fear telling us not to do it. But when we ask ourselves the question, what's the best that can happen? We get to see through our fears, through our brick wall, and focus on the reward. And that is the only thing that helps us to take action. Growth can be anything from starting a personal project, perhaps a 100-day project. I know you're thinking it. It's in the back of your mind all this time. So that can help you take any project to the next level. Growth can also be about learning a new skill. So maybe you can work on your leadership skills also, right? On your communication skills, your selling skills, prospecting skills. There are so many things that we can learn through podcasts, through YouTube, through online courses, books. What are some things that you can do to start gaining all of those new skills so when we're back, whenever this is all over, you are not where you started. You're not where you left off. You're definitely evolved. Growth can also be about implementing new strategies like I'm doing right now. This is what you're seeing here is my new strategy. So I want to ask you, what are you doing? What is your new strategy? I mean, we can't stop because the world stopped. We have to keep going, whatever that means to yourself. So what is that new strategy that you can start trying out? And it is okay if you fail. I mean, I just told you, failure is not the enemy of success, it's comfort. And lastly, growth can also be about having a very honest conversation with someone that may be holding you back. So my question for you is, what is your next growth move? If you would have to choose only one thing that you think can bring you closer to your dreams, to your goals, what is that growth move looks like? The more uncomfortable we get, the greater the reward. It was only when I got really uncomfortable and decided to commit to this project full time that I started to see real impact.
Hey Michelle, my name is Marcin and I'm from Poland.
My name is Evelyn Lawrence.
Jason Silva. Hey, it's Chris Gillibo and I'm from everywhere.
Panama.
Colorado.
Canada.
Caracas, Venezuela.
From Africa.
I'm Dutch, but I live in the south of Spain.
I faced the fear of writing to a girl with whom I haven't spoken to for a very long time.
I faced my fear of
traveling solo on a 3-month trip.
Fear of rejection.
Like I'm not good enough.
My fear of birds.
Was skydiving.
Cliff diving.
Get this pixie haircut.
Dance like nobody's watching.
Starting over. I'm 29 years old. Me against the world.
Volunteering abroad for 6 months.
I wanted to do something more meaningful and I switched career.
I faced my fear of leaving home.
Of moving away from home.
Start from scratch for the second time.
I was deathly afraid of speaking in public.
Following my passion, pursuing my bliss, right? Living within the confines of my inspiration. And somehow trusting that things will work out in the end.
The biggest fear that I faced is living alone, all by myself, with my own thoughts, and it's felt amazing.
You're doing it. Good job. It felt terrific.
Awesome. I feel passionate.
Beyond amazing.
And I feel free. So fulfilled.
Felt so satisfying.
I have done more living in the last 3 years than I have in 33.
Came home and felt more like myself than I have in a really long time.
I feel so good now.
I'm so grateful because my husband and children helped me cross that bridge.
And how I've felt since? Fantastic.
I learned to love myself as I am.
Now it's time for my big fears.
And now I want to take you back to this slide from the beginning. You remember it, right? We could say that I moved to New York, that I gave a TEDx talk, became an entrepreneur, which led me to travel the world, impact others, and as of this year, officially, we have a Hello Fears book. The reason why I wanted to share this with you is because, do you know what this means? I checked all of my boxes. It means I need to write new ones. What would you get uncomfortable for? What are those things that you care so much about that you're willing to get uncomfortable to make it happen? Yes, I'm looking at you. Okay, I'm not, but I'm imagining you sitting down. I'm going to play my music one more time and I want you to dance with me. I want you to go all out.
Bailando es la favorita, si la ve, como suelta la cinturita, si la ve, aquí no andamos el sentimiento, mami lo que quiere es fuego, modélame ese pantalón caliente, tú quieres de tú no te hagas la loca, aviso de tsunami. tire, que tire, que tire, que tire, que tire, que tire pa'lante con su movimiento cambia una. Que tire, que tire, que tire, que tire, que tire, que tire pa'lante con su movimiento. Y tiren, que tire, que tire, que tiren pa'lante.
Awesome. You did amazing, and I hope that you enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of the event, and let's keep in touch. All right, guys, see you.
So, what do you guys think about my friend Michelle Poller? Isn't she something? She's amazing. And, you know, Michelle said that, what are you willing to get uncomfortable for? What is your next growth move? And, you know, I keep saying all the time that failing is okay. Failing is part of the journey. You probably heard Eric saying that you never lose. You always win or learn. One of those two, because failure is part of the journey. Failure is part of your success, because that's how we learn, that's how we grow. And my question to all of you, what is your plan? How you want to grow, how you want to expand your business, how you want to take it to the next level? Do you have an actual plan? Do you know how to reach that next level that you've been thinking about it for quite some time? Do you know how to reach that next income level as well, or help your team to face their fears and step into their true potential? So before we go into our next speaker, I want to give you a special announcement, because, you know, I'm super excited because some of you seen me present with Eric, and I absolutely enjoy doing it. I hope it's not super selfish of me to say that, and I hope you guys get value from that as well. But one time we decided, like, why wouldn't we just create something together? And we thought about it, that I think the perfect thing, the perfect tool that we can give you to help and grow your business would be how to recruit 20 people in 30 days instead of bootcamp for women. And I'm so excited because, you know, some of you probably heard about this training, and some of you attended the live event that we did a long time ago and probably seen the course. But we actually doing a 10 weeks training. So what I'm going to be, you know, Eric and I will be teaching. First of all, I think that some of you probably thinking is like, why are you talking about like 20 and 30 for women? Is there anything specific about it? I think so, because as women, we have, you know, other challenges. We have, you know, different obligations inside of our family. We need to take care of our kids. We need to take care of our household, and we still have to build a business. And we still, if you have a job on top of that, it gets even more complicated. And we heard so many people telling us that, you know, that training helped me so much to, first of all, see the bigger picture, to face my fears and challenge my beliefs. Because at the end of the day, people who went through that course, who went through the training, they realized that they just were not giving themselves enough credit. They were just not, you know, thinking that it's not for them. It's for some rock star or superstar to achieve those higher levels of success. And I'm here to tell you, it's not true. Every single one of you deserves all the best this life has to offer, and every single one of you can be the top income earner in your company. Just like you've seen so many of my great speakers today who are top income earners in their companies. Sometimes people think it's like, oh, maybe, you know, they got it easy, or maybe they didn't have any challenges in their lives. But the truth is, we all do have challenges. We all do have obstacles. We just react to them different. And all of these people, trust me, one day they were not as successful as they are today. At some point in their career, they were afraid of talking to people. They were afraid of sponsoring 5 people, 10 people, let alone 20. But, you know, once they realize that with the guidance that we will be providing, we're pretty much going to be holding your hand. You know, during the 10 weeks, we will be talking about different topics like
First of all, first week, we're going to be talking about 8 steps of preparation. And then the second training, the second week, will be the relationship part and how to warm your list, how to talk to all of these people so they're ready when you launching your business, when you launching that campaign, so they're ready to listen. And then, of course, we're going to be telling our story, and we will start on the whisper campaign. And then for the second, for the fourth week, we will be still doing the part 2 of the whisper campaign, because it's kind of like a little bit broader subject that we want to make sure that we cover it completely. And then on week 5, we will be covering all-out massive action and how to build your business in 15-minute chunks. Because here's where I think the important part comes for women. Because of the kid schedule, because of all the chaos that sometimes is happening in our lives, we need to be able to find those times. We need to be able to find those chunks of in our day to kind of like, so we can talk to people, so we can follow up, so we can present. And we will be teaching you how to do all of that. And on the week 6, we will be talking about how to handle objections. And of course, the fortune is the follow-up, the 6-question close that some of you probably heard Eric talk about it, but we will be showing how to use this in a specific closing for recruitment of those 20 people in those 30 days. And of course, helping you new team members get results quick, how to launch that fresh class of 2020, how to bring them and give them as much of the future and success possible, how to set them on that path. So, I mean, all of those things we will be covering during those 10 weeks, and all of that will be specifically designed for women. So I hope you can join me and Eric on this program, because during this training, during these 6 sessions, we will be, we also have some downloads that you can do. You can download. It's going to be the workbook, the calendar, the list building, and I will be doing 6 live Q&A sessions. And I also interviewed several people who actually completed the entire course, who actually did recruit 20 people in 30 days. So I did the case studies, I interviewed them, and they shared what are the insights, what did they learn, what they would do better next time, and how they learned from that process. So now they can teach their team, and now they can lead them to the higher level of success. And some of you might be thinking, like, you know what, this product is probably not for me, because like I just joined the business and I don't know how to recruit one person, let alone that many. But here's the thing, I think this product is good and this training is amazing for different stages of your life and your business career. Because if you're just starting launching your business, or you want to relaunch it, I think it's a perfect tool that will help you to do it properly, because you only have one time to tell your story. You only have the opportunity to, you know, build this career properly just once. So you will be telling for the rest of your business, how did you launch the business, and you will be training your people. And if you're already seasoned in network marketing and you've been in the profession for quite some time, but never really made a decision to go after it, but never really kind of like thought about, it's like, you know what, I deserve all this success. Because think about it, what 20 new recruits will do for you? How will it change your business? What it will do for your income? What it will do for your rank advancement? What it will do for your self-esteem and your confidence? And how your family gonna look at you? How your kids gonna look at you? How your spouse is gonna look at you? Because, you know, we talk and I hear all the time that my spouse is not supportive. And you know the reason why your spouse may not be supportive is because they're tired to see you crawl. They know you meant for so much more, but because you're tiptoeing with it, because you're trying but not really committing to the process, in network marketing, you cannot just wing it. You need to become a pro. You need to develop these skills, and you need to one time decide to go on that push, one time to bring that new fresh class, because the momentum that will come out of that group, the camaraderie, the competition, the recognition that you will be able to create, and all the people will be seeing the success. And even if they don't recruit 20 people in 30 days, if they recruit just 10, 12, 15, I bet you it's way more than what they would have done if they didn't do anything. So here's the thing. If you've been at the GoPro Recruiting Mastery, you probably know that we've been selling that product for $1,000 in last December. But because of all the virus and all the situation that is happening, I decided to kind of like, everybody called me crazy, but I decided to kind of like, I don't know, give you the best price I can possibly give you. So the product is only cost $497. And if you pay that amount in full today, you will get a lot of amazing bonuses. So you will get Michelle Poller's. She created a course, how to start your own 100-day project and crush. That's the masterclass that she's offering. It's about an hour long. And we will be offering a free live streaming ticket for the live Most Powerful Women event when it's happening. We don't have the dates yet, but as soon as we know, we will announce it, and you will have a free live streaming ticket to watch the event from the comfort of your home. It's going to be 3 days. I'm trying to squeeze as much as I possibly can in 4.5 hours of the 3-day content. So that's why you might be feeling a little overwhelmed, but I want to give you as much value as I possibly can. And another bonus is going to be, I will be doing one 30-minute training session, and you will be entering into the drawing for that bonus. And one more special bonus, if you place your order today, June 2nd, before midnight Pacific time, you will also get GoPro Academy annual membership. The annual membership is only valid if you place your order today before midnight Pacific time, June 2nd. But until Friday, you will still have the ability to get all the extra bonuses if you paid in full. And if it's $497 is too much for you, you can still go with the payment plan. It's only 3 payments of $177, and you will be able to start with us right away, and you can actually earn your way by recruiting all these people during that time. So I hope you will take advantage of this opportunity, of this offer, because I mean, like I said, we could be selling it for a lot more, but I felt the need to give you pretty much irresistible offer because I want you to succeed. I want you to stop playing small. I want you to stop deeming you late. I want you to show what you're made of. I want your kids to be proud and say, you know what, my mama is a badass. My daddy is a badass. And I hope some of the guys will join this course as well, because like I said before, most of your team are women. 77% worldwide of all the distributors are women. So you might want to learn how we think, what motivates us. I'm not going to be giving you a course how to become like total wizard and how women think, because I don't even think we know how we think sometimes. But at least we will tell you and show you what is meaningful for us, what motivates us, what is the best way to lead women. And I hope it's going to be really, really helpful course for you. So make sure to join me and Eric, because we're going to be doing this training course together. We're going to be starting on June 13. So make sure, because like I want to kind of like get to work right away so I can give you the tools necessary so you can go out and make it happen. So our next presenter, she will be also talking about some leadership skills like we started in this session. She's a top income earner in our professions. She's making 7-figure a year for quite some time. She's been in the business for 20 plus years. She's my friend and your friend. She has a huge global business, and huge team of, I don't know, 100,000+ team members around the world. So please help me welcome Danny Robbins.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here at the most powerful Women in Network Marketing event. And I'm excited to be here with each of you. I am thankful and blessed to be part of something so special, a profession designed to help ordinary people like me live extraordinary lives while investing themselves into others. And I celebrate you for being here today. I have found that it truly is impossible to succeed without investing in yourself through personal development and getting to events and seeing the bigger picture. You know, the women that you're going to hear from during this event, I admire them for their strength and grace because they did not get there because everything worked out. They got that way because things didn't work out. And quite frankly, they handled it. They handled it in 1,000 different ways. And on 1,000 different days, they just handled it. And these women are my superheroes. I know that there was no sale on Amazon Prime to get it. These women worked for it. They all made decisions and they acted on it because we all start at the bottom and decide who we want to be because nobody is born a star. People of accomplishment do not sit back and let things happen to them. They go out and happen to things. So a little bit about my story. Tom and I were married very young. I graduated at 16, was totally on my own at 17. And when we got married, we were living in a 40-foot travel trailer. We had a lot of love, but there was not a lot of money. But I was raised by a father who said, Denny, you can be, do, and have anything you want if you're willing to work for it. And I was always willing to hustle hard. At the age of 20, I got into my first direct sales company. And pretty soon I found out that managers drove company cars, and with 2 months I had my first car. I then put Tom through college and graduate school. We came out of graduate school with no debt and money in the bank. I did that for 10 years, and after that I had found network marketing. And what I love so much about network marketing, it is the great equalizer. It doesn't matter how old you are, how young you are, or your level of education. It truly breaks the age, gender, and the race gap. And my success from going from a teenager living in a 40-foot trailer to now being an 8-figure earner has been a gift. And it is one thing to become successful for yourself and an entirely different level of achievement to turn around and duplicate that for others. And my greatest fulfillment truly has come from my 4 children and my 7, now soon to be 9 grandchildren. And I think I have a clarifying vision. What starts to happen when you create legacy within your family and in your business. And so let me start with my why has always been bigger than anyone else's no. I believe for each of you, sheer determination and hard work will take you farther in every area of your life than you ever believed possible. But it's not enough to want or yearn for something. You have to be willing to go for it with all of your hard work, sweat, and tears. And do you want to know something? I'm not the top recruiter. I'm not the most followed. I'm not the most skilled. I honestly have many things that I'm really good at, that I'm not really good at as well, but I do have ambition. And so right now I'm coming to you with some clarifying vision. What can happen when you put in the time? And because at this point in my life, it truly is about loving, leaving a legacy for so many others to follow. But it all starts with making a decision. And it always starts with you leading yourself. So today I want to invite you to be very deliberate and to be very clear what you want your future to look like. You know, leadership is the art of mobilizing others who want to struggle for shared aspirations. And in reading some of the best books on leadership, you know, it really comes down to about 5 things. Those who model the way, inspire a shared vision, challenge the process, enable others to act, and encourage the heart. Those skills, when you work on them over time, will take you where you want to be. But you first have to use them on yourself every single day. Because in order for all of those things to happen, first you have to conquer you. You have to become the asset others would like to work with. because the win always begins from within. And I would encourage you and implore you to love the hard. That is where your greatest skills and preparation are developed. Your biggest win is always on the other side of your biggest battle. And if you want to change the world around you, let me tell you, change the story that you start to speak within you. The voice in your head that's saying, I'm not enough, my team's not enough, I can't do that. Well, let me tell you today, I'm here to tell you that you're wrong. So during this incredible event, I hope you're taking incredible notes from these speakers. And what I would ask you to do is really study them. Don't let them go on your shelf as shelf help later on. And write down during this event, who are you in this moment and who do you plan to become? And you know what? As you look at that, are you going to let anyone take that away from you? Again, it all starts with a decision. First comes the will, and then comes the skill that will carry you to where you want to be. And I know that all of us are here today because we all have a past. And for some, it's not been pretty, and it's been ugly, and it's been hard. But I can tell you, those women that I admire so much, in order to love who they've become, they can't hate their past or their experiences that have shaped them. We all have to love them and just keep on going. So as you're continuing on your goal from perhaps being a brand new distributor in your company or a builder in your company who has great big dreams and aspiration, your goal should be to go from a follower to a leader of followers to a leader of leaders, because your goal is always to empower your team to be better than you. Did you hear that? To be better than you, just like your own children. You want them to be able to achieve more than you've actually ever achieved yourself. And so as you're deciding what you want your life to look like, don't just be a thought leader, be an action leader. Take action now, take action now, take action now. The three laws of the universe are consistency, consistency, consistency. And always be asking yourself the question, if my team did what I did today, would they make any money? Boy, that'll always make you really think for a minute, really ponder that. And I'm always encouraging people to lead from the front. We as leaders have an opportunity today to show people what this profession is really all about, giving people hope, personal growth, and having a mindset that allows you to navigate incredibly challenging times and adversity. So everyone, I would just really implore all of you today, do you have a really clear vision of what you want to achieve? Do you have a clear vision of what you want your life to be like? Do you have a clear vision of what you want your children or your future life to really look like, taste like, and to be? The people that I know who have the most success have it dialed in their experiences in their mind far before it's ever achieved. So if not, change that, envision it, see it, believe it, write it down and look at it every day and have it on your vision board, because you, my friends, can make anything happen. There is nobody that's holding you back. And I truly believe that now is your time. And how do you want to be remembered? Well, I can tell you, it's called your legacy. What people will say about you later on, and that has been one of my greatest gifts, is to know that I can make a difference for people who will never know my name, that I'm literally making a difference for lives unborn, just as I have seen in my own family. And if that doesn't get you excited, boy, let me tell you, you need to go make your dreams and your vision a little bit bigger. So this is all about your story, and the next page is blank, and you get to write it. And I'm so proud of you, all of you, for serving and helping the people that are on your teams. Continue to think bigger than you've ever thought in your life and be bolder than you ever have. And if we were here together at the most powerful women in network marketing, which I'm sure we'll be gathering at very soon, I would be giving each of you a glorious round of applause, because you deserve it. Because today you showed up. And if you want it bad enough, you will grab that finish line. So do not be defeated. People are waiting for leadership, and they are waiting for you to lead. Leadership starts with you. I dare you to be great. And with that, I wish all of you all the success that you believe you deserve and are willing to work for.
Danny, thank you so much, and I applaud your contribution to our profession and your constant leadership. So we guys are kind of like done with this session, and we're gonna go on a 5 minutes break. So make sure you come back in 5 minutes. Right now in Pacific time, it's 12:23. So make sure you come back at 12:28. And we will be talking, I'm going to have an interview with my dear friend and the person that you probably seen before. She's an amazing entrepreneur. She's a self-made millionaire, Kim Kiyosaki. Then we're going to hear from Gloria Mayfield Banks. And one of my fun and favorite parts of our entire event is the couples panel, because those panels are always fun and exciting and full of wisdom and great ideas. So make sure to be back in 5 minutes. Welcome to the third hour of, actually third session, because we were going a little bit over an hour every single time. But like I said before, I'm trying to squeeze as much information as I possibly can. And you guys can imagine it's really hard work to squeeze 3 days in 4.5 hours. But I want to make sure to give you a little taste of everything, you know, so you can see a little bit of skills. You can have understanding on the leadership. We're going to be talking about social media. It's still coming. We're going to be talking about the relationship. It's still coming. So there is so much more stuff. We're kind of like in the halfway mark. So my next speaker, she is an amazing woman. She's an entrepreneur. She's a self-made millionaire. And, you know, she is advocate for women. She helps and teaches women to become independent. I personally think that there is nothing sexier than, you know, independent and confident woman. And my next friend, that's exactly what she's teaching. So she's the best-selling author. She, with her husband, Robert Kiyosaki, she founded a company, Rich Dad, and she wrote a couple of her own books. So make sure to check it out. And please help me welcome my friend and your friend, Kim Kiyosaki.
Thank you, Marina. It's so wonderful to be here and part of the program. And I want to really commend you for, even though you had to shut down the physical event in Vegas, still persevered and went through and figured out how to get it anyway. So for the most powerful network marketing, I applaud you, and I applaud everybody that's attending, because it's such an important event. It's so important to learn minded people, to learn from people who are what it is you are doing. And I'm a big proponent, big supporter of the network marketing industry, because I think today a lot of people have found out that job security is a myth. And unfortunately, a lot of people have lost their job who thought they were secure, but now are finding out that they're not. So this is more timely than anything, because network marketing industry gives you an opportunity to build your own wealth and to create your own future and not depend upon a boss or a job. So I think this is the best time of all for this event. So thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you so much. I know you're so busy, and you're running so many different businesses, and you speaking all over the world. I know, even though right now we cannot do the physical events, I'm sure you also guys pivoting more into online model. But you know, a lot of women, they see you so successful, so powerful, so confident, and they think that it's like, oh, she might be got it, you know, easy. This is such a kind of like funny thing for me, because everybody thinks that people at the top, somehow they have either magical wand, or they have a secret, or they know something, and they just never had any issues and obstacles, and they're successful because they just got it easy, you know. So I know your journey was definitely not easy, but for people who don't necessarily know you, can you please tell us a little bit more of your story and how you discovered the whole entrepreneurship, this entire world of being in business for yourself?
Yes, I kind of stumbled on it accidentally. And what happened is I actually graduated college with a degree in business and marketing, but soon found out that I really learned very little to nothing about business in college. And my first job out of college was with an advertising agency, and I got my job had my boss, and basically after 9 months, the bottom line was she fired me. And I'm like, okay. And I thought, well, I'm not stupid. But so funny thing is, the company hired me back a few months later, and then it was only 6 months and I got fired again. And I realized two things. One is my boss wanted to learn my job. She wanted me at my desk and to be there whenever she needed. I wanted to learn the business. I wanted to learn the business of advertising. I wanted to learn production and sales and graphics and accounting. So I was always off helping everybody else, and she could never find me. So one thing I learned there. Second thing I learned is I hate being told what to do. Hate it with a passion. This coronavirus is like, it's like triggering everything, because everybody's telling me what to do. I'm like, stop. So a little bit while later, after I was fired for the second time, and in between, after that, that's when I went into network marketing. And it was a great, great, great experience. I learned such about business, about sales. If I don't sell, I don't eat. It was one of the best experiences that I could have had in Hawaii, learning what business really is. And then a few months later, I met Robert, our first date, and he asked me, what do you want to do with your life? And I said, well, given the way things are going, I really would like to have my own business, but I've never been around entrepreneurs. And he said, well, I've started many businesses and all of my friends are entrepreneurs. And I'm like, this is where I need to be right now. So about 3 months later, I had my first business and designed a logo, embroidered it on shirts and jackets, and sold it at business conferences throughout the US. That's how I started. But to your point about entrepreneurship and is it, easy? It's not easy. Oh my God, it's not easy. I make so many mistakes every single day. But I think two of the key components of a successful entrepreneur, and you embody it fully, Marina. You are the epitome of, number one, perseverance, because no matter what happens, you're still going to do what you want to get done. And that's key. So you've got to have that perseverance. And the second thing is resilience. How well do you come back from a setback? Because I see so many entrepreneurs, they start and then it gets hard. And if they don't have that resilience to keep going, and if they don't have a strong reason why, a strong purpose to keep going, when they hit those obstacles and those setbacks, they're going to quit. So perseverance, resilience, and a strong purpose for why doing what it is you're doing. I think those are key for a successful entrepreneur.
Yeah, it's so true, because some people just think it's like, oh, success is just a straight line to the moon, and like they create a plan if they're lucky, if they're smart, and thinking like, okay, I'm gonna do like this. These are my steps A, B, and C. This is how I'm doing it, and this is how I'm gonna get there. And if things are changing, people immediately kind of like they're so not prepared for it. And if it doesn't go exactly the way they planned, they just back off and just sometimes give up. And it's so sad for me to see, because you and I know that's not how life works. There is no straight line to the moon. You're gonna have ups and downs, and it's gonna be like a roller coaster. You will have to constantly pivot, like what we're doing right now. You will have to constantly find different options, different solutions. And I think the biggest thing that we as entrepreneurs do is we solve problems. We solve problems either through our products or services that we're providing, or we solve problems that that we face on a daily basis, because world is constantly changing. And like you said, I think that understanding that even if you make a mistake, that's part of the journey. That's how we learn. That's how human people, how the humanity, that's how we learn everything, through the trial and error. So I'm sure that you probably what was your biggest lesson? What did you kind of like did not expect, but you learned, and that was probably like one of the biggest aha for you business-wise?
Well, you're exactly right when you talk about, Marina, about solving a problem, because I think the purpose of an entrepreneur is to solve a problem. So when we started the Rich Dad Company, the problem we saw was that there was no financial education in schools. So we took on the task of bringing financial education to the world. That was the problem we wanted to solve. In terms of what are my biggest learning, we're in it right now. I mean, look at what's happening right now. Talk about, you've got to pivot. You've got to look at new ways of doing things. And so what we're doing right now, I'll just give you an example, is it's so easy to get caught up in all that noise and all the negativity and all of that. So number one, we have to put aside all the noise. I'm looking for the facts of all of this versus everybody's opinion, and get rid of the negativity. And then look at, okay, what benefit come out of this? I think that's one of the keys as an entrepreneur, is problem is an opportunity to get better. And I've learned that the hard way, and making mistakes, that's, as you said, it's the only way we learn and grow. So today, what we're doing with our company is, okay, look at technology. Everybody's on Zoom. Everybody's doing all of these digital conferences. And I've never been on so many Zoom meetings in my whole life, ever. And our whole company is working from home. And we're being more efficient, more effective. And so yesterday I had a meeting with everybody. I'm like, how do we want to come back? Do we want to come back 5 days a week in an office building? Do we want to come back 2 days a week? And then somebody says, hey, you know, one of our biggest costs is warehousing our products. We have this big office building that we own. If we don't have to use it every day, why don't we turn it into a warehouse and start warehousing our own products? So it's like, where are the pluses? Where's the potential and what the abilities of what you can do as a result of that? And I think as far as an entrepreneur goes, you're nailing it on the head, Marina. That's the key, is when adversity strikes, do you get better or do you shrink? And the true capitalist entrepreneur is going to figure out a way around it and come out better and stronger and smarter.
Yeah, because like during the financial crisis in 2007 and 2008, there were so many people that were frozen and they just didn't know what to do, and they were kind of like paralyzed with the fear of unknown and the changes that were happening in the world. And at the same time, 50% of all the Fortune 500 companies right now came out of that period. So there were people who took that as a kind of like let their fear dominate their emotions and their actions. And there was another group of people who took that as an opportunity to come up with the solutions for the existing problems that the world was facing. And it's interesting to see because in network marketing right now, we're experiencing the biggest months. March and April were the biggest growth months for almost every single company inside of our profession, because like you said earlier, people lost the security of their job and they were open for different opportunities. They were more open-minded to see what are the different ways that they can make some income. What are the different ways they can work from home? And we've been doing this for a long time. You know, for Eric and myself, nothing really changed because we've been doing our business from home. We don't even have an office. We had an office in which a long time ago. We closed that last August. And so we've been a virtual company for over a year now. And it's just, you know, how we pivot, how we change when the kind of like worldwide or just the business change happens. I want to switch gears a little bit. And I want to know how you were raised when you were a little girl, because I consider myself lucky. When I was little, my mom told me that I'm smart, that I'm powerful, I can achieve everything I want in life, and I was naive enough, and I believed that. And that was kind of like my attitude that I went out in the world. And of course, there were some challenges and obstacles that kind of like shaped my belief a little bit, and I lost that confidence. And I had to spend some time to find it back. But what was it for you? Because I know that a lot of women were not did not have that gift, you know, that somebody believed in them and somebody kind of like installed them. Because a lot of women were told that you're nothing and you're nobody, and just because you're a woman, don't dream big dreams. What was your experience as a little girl? What is the set of the beliefs that you had?
So when I was a little girl, I got some great advice from my mom. I'm the youngest of three. And so with dad was always very supportive in terms of what I wanted to do. And when I said I wanted to go into business, he was a great mentor for me. But when I was 9 years old, my mom said, Kim, if you don't want to spend your life in a kitchen, don't learn how to cook. And I'm like, okay, Mom. And then she said, and this is before computers, she said, and if you don't want to be a secretary, don't learn how to type. And really what she was telling me is don't limit yourself into what a stereotype woman should be. She said, basically, do whatever you want. Go for your dreams. Don't let anybody tell you you're less than. And don't limit yourself by this stereotypes that are out in society. So she was a great role model. She was very ahead of her time. She was very positive, just taught me a lot. And she just passed away a couple months ago. So in her honor, I love to share that story because she had such a strong influence on me and how I grew up and who I am today. So that was my upbringing.
Sorry.
I was very fortunate. Yeah, I was very, very fortunate. I had a great upbringing with a lot of support.
Yeah. So first of all, I mean, it's like a lot of people. I'm sure everybody knows that you're a best-selling author, and you wrote several books. You wrote A Rich Woman, and you wrote the book It's Rising Time. So first of all, tell everybody where they can find those books.
Well, you can always find them at richdad.com, but you can find them at Amazon. They should be at most bookstores. Actually, we sold out of that book recently too, so we're going back to print.
It's a good problem. It's a good thing, you know?
It's a good problem. Yes, it's a good problem. And actually, even in the problem, when we had to go back to reprint, we're like, do we want to make changes to this game? And we are, and we're going back actually to more the original game, which had even more teaching and more education. So even taking that little opportunity and how can we make it better is always the way we look at things.
Right. So just to kind of like give people a little bit of a taste of what your books are, and I think that you can probably understand it from the title, but tell me why you felt such a strong need to write the book Rich Woman and what people can learn from it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, when we started the Rich Dad Company, Robert and I would travel all over the world and speak about the philosophy and speak of the lessons of Rich Dad and what Robert learned from his rich dad and his poor dad. And I would get up on stage and I would speak 5-10 minutes to the women. And it didn't matter if I was in London or Singapore or Las Vegas or Johannesburg. Every time at the break, I would be surrounded by women. And they always had the same questions and the same issues. And I realized that when it comes to money, women have different issues than men have, primarily because, as you said earlier, going back to how I was raised, a lot of women are raised that the man makes the money and she stays at home. And that kind of sort of hasn't changed all that much, but it is changing. But I realized that there was such a demand for women to learn about money and to take charge of money, because the statistics, the bottom line is, due to divorce or death of a spouse or bad money management, too many women find themselves in a financial disaster and not prepared, know nothing about money, and then become prey to these financial helpers, financial advisors who say, let me help. Well, nobody's going to help you with your money better than you. So it really is, it's really about taking personal responsibility for your financial life and not depending upon a husband, a family member, and the government, as a lot of people are right now, to take care of you. You got to take care of yourself. So that was the impetus of why I wrote Rich Woman. And then I wrote It's Rising Time because I saw a lot of women get very interested and very excited, and they'd go to the events and they'd read the books, but they had such a hard time taking that first step, doing that first small step. So It's Rising Time is about how to move, how to get started, how to take those first baby steps towards your financial goals.
Yeah, I think it's such, first of all, thank you for doing such an important job, because I think that educating women how to become financially independent is a big deal, because sometimes most of the times, we don't give ourselves permission to even dream bigger, you know, because we don't even think that we're capable or we are deserving, or it's kind of like our place to be. You know, so I advocate for women to become independent, and that's why I think that network marketing is such a powerful vehicle for women. It gives like even playground for all the women to start and try and test their entrepreneurial muscles. So I think it's really important for women to understand that you need to be financially independent, because I think there is nothing sexier than financially independent and confident woman. So, and you are doing such a great job.
Marina. Well, that's the word, is confidence. I see women, once they take charge of their money, once they understand the game of money, their confidence soars and their self-esteem soars. It's wonderful to see. And when you say women need to dream bigger, they do. We do. Because there's a statistic that says the fastest growing segment in the business sector is women-owned businesses. But 90% of those women-owned businesses have one employee, her, and 68% of those women-owned businesses make less than $24,000 a year. So I think a lot of women go into business thinking, I just need a little bit of money, I just want to make some extra money. But I'm going to tell you right now, the world, especially today, needs the female entrepreneur out there. We need that female energy, big time, because it's a mess. And I was talking to a dear friend of mine. He's a heart transplant cardiologist, and he is lives a life according to East and West philosophy. And he said what he sees happening right now with the whole coronavirus is that the whole world has gone very yang, very male, very, everybody out for themselves. Wall Street, the banks, everybody's like, it's very male energy. And he describes it a little differently. It's like very dynamic, very loud, very bold. And he says, when you get to extreme yang, it has to transform to yin. And yin being more female energy, not necessarily like nurturing, but less dynamic, slower. And it automatically has to go to that. So I think right now, women have got to, and I've been saying this for a long time, but now more than ever, I believe women have got to start getting in the game. They've got to take a leadership role. We need women leaders in all areas of life. And network marketing is a great to get your leadership skills, to understand business, to become financially free. It's one of the, if there is any fast track to business, it would be network marketing, because you got a built-in mentors, you've got built-in like-minded people, you've got a support system, you've got all the systems in place. That's why I'm such a big advocate of the network marketing industry, is because for an entrepreneur, I didn't have all those built-in things. I had to scramble and, kind of do it by the seat of my pants. I wish I had a built-in support team, and I wish I had great mentors, but I found them along the way, but it didn't start out that way. So right now I can't speak loud enough and strong enough that women have got to start standing up and start speaking out and start taking leadership roles if we're going to turn this thing around.
And I mean, Kim, you and I think that I feel like I can talk to you for hours and days, and because we're kind of like
I'd love to.
Yeah, we need to do that again, and maybe just you and I go and talk. That would be so much fun. But just to kind of wrap it up, because I want to kind of make sure that I can fit everything I want into this event. So give me maybe 1 or 2 minutes advice for all the women out there who are thinking I want to be an entrepreneur, I want to be independent. What do you think are the key things that either in their mindset or what they need to look for, or what needs to happen for them to see them as a powerful, strong woman, or at least think that they have a chance to become one?
Yeah, great. That's a great question. And I think I've mentioned this to you before, Marina. There was a study that was done, and it was a study of centenarians, people that lived over 100 years old. And they wanted to find out what the common denominators were for people that lived that long. And they found 3. And I think these 3 common denominators are exactly the common denominators that make for a successful entrepreneur. And the first thing was they had a sense of purpose. Okay, they had something that was bigger than them that got them going every day. So we call that, I like to call that your reason why. What is it in your core that's important to you to take on this business that you're going to start? Because as I said earlier, once you hit the obstacles and you make mistakes and you hit setbacks, if you don't have a strong reason why, a strong purpose for why you're doing this, chances are you'll quit. If it's just about the money, if you're just doing this to make money, I would say don't do it, because money is never a strong enough driver to keep you going through tough times. So there's got to be a strong purpose. The second common denominator was they had a positive attitude. And again, for entrepreneurs, when crisis like this hit, what can we do? How can we be better? How do we move forward? How can we change? What do we have to do? And the third thing was, as I mentioned earlier, was resiliency. How well you come back from a setback. And I think those 3 things are really the part of the keys to a successful entrepreneur. And if somebody is sitting there thinking, should I start? Should I not start? Should I go look for a job? We know now that there is no such thing as job security. And somebody said earlier to me, they said, one of the things that's important for any any budding entrepreneur, the most important thing to do is to start. Move, go do something. Nothing happens until something moves. And so you've got to get out there and do something. Even if you're stuck at home, you still have all these resources online, more so than ever today, because everybody's giving so much information. So I would say, if you're thinking about starting a business, if you're thinking about getting into network marketing, do it now. Don't say, I'm going to do it later. I'll try later. Matter of fact, the word try, I never use the word try. Either you do it or you don't. There's no try. But now's an opportunity to go check out these companies and figure out what speaks to you, what products, what mission, what philosophy speaks to you. Because once you align with the mission of a company, and these companies, all the network marketing companies have their missions, you'll find the mission that aligns to you. And that can be your purpose for moving forward in the business. So there's a lot I would say, because it's such a fun journey. It is the fast track to personal development, because every day you're facing problems and facing something that you haven't seen before, facing an unknown, and you've got to work through it. So that alone is a huge benefit. But again, in network marketing, when you get that group of like-minded people together, you have a support system, people who are real teachers, not fake teachers, because they're doing what it is you want to do, and they've been doing it every day, and they've been very successful at it. So you want to find real teachers, not fake teachers who will tell you how to do it, but they've never done it themselves. So network marketing is full of real teachers, great support, great like-mindedness, and systems in place that you don't have to create yourself. So I would just say start. Just start. Just start.
Love it. Well, thank you so much, Kim. I really appreciate you, and you are such an amazing and inspiring woman. You know, it's just like every time I get connected with you, I'm kind of like, I am ready to move mountains again, and I'm ready to do more. And
you inspire me, Marina. You inspire me. Yes, you do.
Thank you so much, Kim. I know you're really busy, and I hope you guys got a lot of value, because I always get something new and something exciting from Kim. So thank you so much for being here today with us, and I really appreciate it. And big hugs and kisses. Love you.
Thank you, Marina, and thank you to all the women watching. So happy to be part of this program, and so happy that you all decided to invest in yourselves, because that's the best investment you can make today, is to invest in yourself.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm so excited. If I was taking notes, I would have probably a full book of notes, because there are so many great ideas from Kim, from Michelle Poehler, our top income earning leaders inside of our profession, from Mompreneur panel. So I hope you guys, I know you might be tired, I know you might be overwhelmed, but please make sure to continue to take notes, because I want that to become your teacher's manual, so you can continue and teach and inspire your team to step into the true potential, because that's what this event is all about. Help you to do that. So my next speaker, she's an amazing woman. She's a powerhouse. Unfortunately, she cannot be today kind of like in person, but we have a clip of her talking at one of our previous events, where she did an amazing job, because she was talking about confidence and the 10 points that are necessary and helpful to build your confidence. So I thought it's really appropriate for you to watch that, because I think that becoming confident woman is going to help you to achieve great success in this business and in life in general. So she's the top income earner in her company, and her company is really large. It's probably the top 5 in the world. So being number 1 in that company is a pretty big deal. She's making 7+ figures a year. My friend and your friend, please welcome Gloria Mayfield Banks.
Okay, 10 points, specifically designed to build your confidence and build the confidence of the people that God has trusted under your leadership. Number 1, be on purpose with building confidence. Be on purpose with it. Don't take it for granted. Understand how critical it is. There's confidence building happening all over the place. You might be good in one area and you need to build in another area. You must be on purpose with building confidence, you guys. It comes at us every day. There's something new every day. There's something new every day. So you have to become competent before you become confident. You become competent before you become confident. If you're a speaker or you want to become a speaker, and let me say to you, all of you in this room are a speaker on some level. If you're becoming some of the most powerful women in network marketing, speaking is a priority. What you're speaking about comes before your ability to speak it. Competent comes before confidence. Number 2, set a right now 30-day non-negotiable goal. A 30-day non-negotiable goal. When you have a non-negotiable goal, you will go towards it with all your might. When you go towards it with all your might, you will complete it, and it builds confidence. It's so important that you know this. Confidence is built by small successes, one after another. Large successes do not build confidence because you start thinking it's a fluke. How many of us done it? Like you've done a quantum leap and you didn't understand how you get there. You can explain it to someone else. It's okay. We all do it. We all experience it. We love it. But it doesn't build confidence as effectively as small successes over and over and over again. So when you have someone that's discouraged, the best thing for you to do is issue them a 30-day non-negotiable goal. Non-negotiable doesn't mean that the goal is non-negotiable. The failure is non-negotiable. If at 11:59 you stop fighting for it, you've made it negotiable. It is the art of a leader that teaches their people to go to midnight. Non-negotiable. Number 3, critical. Study what you don't know. Study what you don't know. Stop saying you don't know it. I don't know that. Study it. Study what you don't know and stop pretending that you don't know what you do know. How about that? I know I'm supposed to book somebody, but I didn't do it today. Study what you don't know. Let me tell you my biggest blessing. My biggest blessing is my 2 children were 13 months apart. They call them Irish twins. I was crazy busy. But here's what happened. My daughter goes to bed late, and she stays up late. Still today. She went to bed late when she was a baby, and she stayed up late when she was a baby. My son goes to bed early, got up early. What did that mean? I was up all the time. I was up all the time because they were right back to back, right? Of course, how many of us remember in the moment you're complaining? But when you look back 5 years, it was the biggest blessing. Because I was up all the time, I studied all the time. What I didn't do was watch the TV. What I did do was study. My skill base was tight. I knew the rules. Everybody would come and ask me the rules because I knew the rules. Study what you don't know. You guys, when I'm leading people and they come to me for questions, I tell them where to learn it. I don't give them the answer. I tell them where to learn it because this is a journey of self-discovery. And when you discover it, then you have it and you can give it to someone else. Study what you don't know. I talk about that a lot because no one is skilled enough. No one is skilled enough. Number 4, make goal posters. Put them everywhere. Make goal posters. OMG. How many of you have heard it? Make goal posters. Come on, put your hands up high. Put your hands up high. How many have heard go make goal posters? Okay. Let's be honest. How many have a current goal poster for August? Look around, look around, look around, look around. Keep your hand up high. 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 Okay, put your hand down. Put your hand down. If you didn't put your hand up now. Oh my gosh, we got some work to do to create the most powerful women in network marketing. Okay, this is very critical for you to have quantum leaps. It is critical that you feed your self-conscious mind. Building confidence is what you look at, what you think about, what you talk about. Let me tell you the 5 places they need to be. You ready? 1 needs to be in your bedroom. 1 needs to be in your bathroom. 1 needs to be in your kitchen cabinet. When you open up to get a glass, it needs to be right there slapping you in the face. 1 needs to be in your car. And 1 needs to be directly over the TV set. Right over it. So you have to lift up that goal to watch Scandal. When I teach, I love teaching with humor because I tell real life stories. But the truth is, not enough people take the time to put their goals out loud. I tell my people that if the UPS man comes to deliver something to your house, and he comes in your house, and if he does not say, "What is going on in here?" you do not have enough goal posters up. I want you to write this down. Write this down. You can take them down when your mother-in-law comes over. Other than that, they go back up. It makes a difference, you guys, to build your confidence. It makes a difference. You know why? The goal poster starts teaching you to believe you can make it happen. Teaches you to believe you can make it happen. You've heard that term. I've heard that term. If you can believe it, you can achieve it. If you can believe it, you can achieve it. How many have heard it? If you can believe it, you can. But don't you ever ask yourself, how do you get to the point where you can believe something that at one time was unbelievable? You know, in network marketing, when we hear these big fat checks that the most powerful women in network marketing bring home, I remember when I was new, and one of my leaders came in and she flew in and she told me what her check was the month before, and I was at a training just like this, pen and paper poised, and she told me her check. The entire 2 hours, I sat like this. You know, sometimes when you find out how much money people make, you do look at them differently, don't you? You look at them like. So then I started thinking, how do I get to the point where I can believe it? So I said to myself, if I can just make half of what you did, you got to break that thing down till you get it. And then I built my confidence to the point where I'm making way more money than she is. Yeah. All righty then. Next thing, number 5, guard your circle of influence. Guard your circle of influence because the people around you can steal your confidence. The people around you can steal your confidence. So guard them. Tell them outright, I love you. I just can't be around you right now. And it's true. For those of you who leave this event and you decide to become a racehorse, and you decide you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, and you want to win at this and you want to win big, you are going to move faster than you did before you got here. But the people who didn't come here are going to be moving at that same pace or slower. Everyone you meet either takes you up or takes you down. No one leaves you exactly the same. You decide who you hang around. Guard your circle of influence for the purpose of increasing your confidence. Number 6, be strategic. Be very strategic. Learn how to be strategic. If you don't know how to be strategic, ask somebody. This is what I tell people. I'm so excited when people are motivated. so many times we ask a person, are you motivated? And then we find out why they're motivated. And then we criticize them for their motive, for what motivated. Oh, is that why you're motivated? Let me tell you something. If I have people around me that are motivated, I don't care what motivates them. I'm just glad they're motivated. Don't criticize somebody because she wants to be motivated to go on this vacation, or she wants to be motivated because she wants a new kitchen, or she wants to be motivated because she wants her 10th dog. If that's what it is for her, fine. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. That motivation causes you to have the passion that causes you to be energetic, that causes you to create. Guys, listen to me. But when you have that in front of you and you don't know how, it's important. What I love about this business is that we mentor everybody into their higher level. And so you must be strategic in order to build your confidence. Next is number 7, which is change and become coachable. Change and become coachable. Change and become coachable, you guys. Decide to be coachable. It's a decision. Decide to change. Decide that you're going to change. Stop resisting. Write this down. If you resist, it persists. If you resist, it persists. It is so important that you get excited about the change. I am so tired of hearing change is hard, change is hard, change is hard, change is hard. It might be hard, but you know what's harder? Is staying the same. Staying the same is really, 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 really hard. Staying the same. So you have to be excited about changing. What it is about you that's going to make such a difference. What is it that someone else has that is a skill base? Not comparing, you guys. That's different. Don't compare, because when you compare, you guys heard it, you take their best and your worst. And match it together, you never win. That's not good. But it is very important that you at this conference make a decision that you're going to make change. Now, here's what I want to tell you about change, though. We have habits. All of us have habits. This is my one-liner for you about habits. You cannot change a habit. You can only replace a habit. So if there's anything that you do that you want to change about it, figure out how you're going to replace it, not do away with it. Number 8, increase your persuasion skills. In this industry, we need persuasion skills. One of the reasons I am one of the most persuasive women out there, number 1, is because I keep telling myself that all the time. But number 2 is because I honestly believe my job is not to persuade you to do what you don't want to do. My job is to persuade you to do what you've been wanting to do, but haven't had the courage to do it. That's what I do. I bring you into a place where your vision is stretched, where your belief is stretched, where your dreams are bigger. My job is to persuade you to do what you've been dying to do, but just didn't have anybody there to push you across the line to get there. So learn the art of persuasion skills, and that's the art of asking questions. Number 9, be careful about your image. Your image on the inside and your image on the outside. Be careful about it. The way you look, the way you feel, the way you carry yourself makes such a dramatic difference. You guys, let me just tell you this. Be the light in the room. You be the light in the room. Not everybody else needs to be the light. You be the light. And remember this. This is so important. You remember this from Gloria Mayfield Banks. Remember, I told you this, that when you're standing around a group of people and you walk away from that group, they're talking about you. You decide what they say. They're talking about you. And number 10, track your activity. Track your activity. Track it down to the end, because if you track, a track number grows. And when you track it and you see what you're actually doing, your confidence grows, and it grows dramatically.
I hope you enjoyed Gloria's 10 points to how to develop your confidence, because I think it's really important. And it's a fun time in our event today, because as you probably seen, most of the, I mean, not most of the, all of the speakers are women. And the reason why this is the structure of the Most Powerful Women event is because I want to showcase women. I want to showcase, you know, how we learn, how we lead, what motivates us, and just to show that how all these amazing women became powerful, how they faced their fears and the challenges that they had in their lives. And as you know, there is one man who is dying to be on this stage. He is kind of like, he was begging me, okay, please, can you please come up with something that I can be part of this event? And at the live event, he's the actually MC, so he is doing the role of introducing everybody. But today, I have to have this man together with me. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome my better half, my amazing husband, the face of the brand, Mr. Eric Worre.
Hey everybody, how are you? And no, I wasn't begging. I wanted to come and say hi. I wanted to support this amazing project. But anyway, it's great to see you. Hope you're getting value. I know I'm getting value. People around the world are getting value. My suggestion with this, as you go through it, is watch it, but then watch the replay. Make sure that you capture as much information as you can from this whole experience. So I'll give it back to you.
And because now with Eric, I want to go and have our couples panel so we can have the discussion how to build this business as a couple. So today on our show, we're gonna have 3 amazing power couples that I would like to introduce you guys. So one of them is Colton and Priscilla Echave, then Chanel and Terry Fry, and Dadian Fire and Stefania Legato, and of course, myself and my husband.
I finally get to join the show, yay! I've been having, FOMO as far as not being part of the deal.
Yeah.
My ego and my attention needs some love. So anyway, good to see you guys, and good to connect with everybody at home. And yeah, let's go.
All right. So of course, as you guys know, a lot of couples, a lot of people building the business inside of network marketing, and a lot of the questions that Eric and I get, like, how do you build as a couple, especially, being sometimes there are different scenarios. You are the ones that are building the business together, but I would like to know somebody started first and then another person joined, or how your journey started as a couple in the business. So let's go with Colton and Priscilla first.
All right. Well, yeah. So I've been involved for 9 years with my company, and Priscilla's been involved for
3 years now.
For 3 years, and we started off when we were dating. She became a customer. So, and in my past, I tried to get ex-girlfriends involved, and it just never really worked out. So when I started dating Priscilla, I was like, I am not going to try to sell her my product. I am not going to try to get her in my business. I don't even care about that anymore. I just want a relationship. But I obviously wanted her support, and I always wanted her to come to events with me. And then I gave her my password to like Audible, so she's listening to the same books as me. And then one of the events I thought would be great for her to go to was this one, the Most Powerful Women in Network Marketing. So after this event, I think really changed her mindset.
Yeah, so at the time when I met Colton, I had a full-time job in the corporate world, super busy, working 10 hours a day, and was not doing anything that I was passionate about whatsoever. And I would see this guy on social media at the beach at 5 p.m. when I'm in an hour and a half of traffic. I'm like, what does this guy do? He doesn't wake up to an alarm clock. He doesn't have a boss. Here I am waking up at 4:45 a.m. But I did not want to get into business with a boyfriend. And I had my product. I did not want to do the business. And I got a 50% pay cut at my job. And that was when I was like, I need to do something else. And I remember watching a Millionaire interview with Eric Worre. And I was so inspired by it. And that's what really, really got me excited to go to this event. And at this event, I'll never forget, I was so empowered. And like, I've been living under a rock my whole life. I was 31 years old when I first heard of network marketing and all of this. I'm like, this is it. This is what I was made for. And at the event, I just had a flood of people that came to my mind, and I could not wait to go home and share with everybody.
And the thing she didn't say is I invited her to GoPro and she bailed on me the day before we were supposed to leave. So I was like, how am I going to get this girl sold on the next event? And so every time we watched one of her favorite TV shows, and Eric just kind of talked about some of his favorite shows, I was like, we need to watch my favorite show, which is an Eric Worre $1 Million Couples Interview. And we kind of went back and forth. And I was like, you know, these couples are going up at the next event. Like, you should definitely come. And then that got her excited to actually go to the event. And then ever since, it was really up to her. Like, she made the decision for herself. I never pushed her. If she wanted to quit, I'm okay. If she wanted to go to the top, I was okay. I just supported her with any decision that she made.
That's an interesting story. At least thank you so much that you came to the women's event. All right, but let's hear from Chanel and Terry. How did you guys, like, who started business first? Who joined, or were you already kind of like both deciding on this is going to be the next step for you?
Hey guys, thank you for having us on this amazing event. So it was me that sort of instigated this venture really into network marketing. I fell into the industry about 6 years ago, and I just loved everything about it. I loved the growth mindset. I loved the difference from my normal life and, you know, the mindset of the people in the industry. So I got involved. I didn't do very well, I'll be honest, but I tried. I soaked up everything I could, and I just knew that this was the path I wanted to take. The funny thing is, Terry is the biggest skeptic that you've ever met in your life, you know, just personality. So for those 3 years before we started this business together, you know, there was some resistance there for sure. You know, he didn't see what I saw. We kind of butt heads about the network marketing industry. And that was kind of a difficult process, you know, but I just had to have the self-belief. And he still supported me. It wasn't that, you know, nobody can tell you what to do, but it wasn't teamwork at all. And then something changed really. I think probably Terry seeing how passionate I was about the industry, how much I took it seriously, because I'd been involved for 3 years then. And then we found the business that we're in now. We're both really passionate about our service. And you did some digging around yourself, didn't you? And now everything's so different, so different.
Yeah, and talking about me being a skeptic, I'm the kind of guy that doesn't believe anything that anyone tells me until it's been proven. Like, that's the level of skepticism I have in everyday life. But she showed me, and the results came, and the money came, and that's really some people don't want to talk about that. But I saw that happen, and then I was working hard. I was in a fairly senior level sales position, and then one day I just had enough. My boss pressed all the wrong buttons and pushed me in the wrong direction, and I phoned Chanel and said, "I'm about done with this." And she said, "Well, let's just go full time with this business," and we haven't looked back since. So. Yeah, I'm a convert, I would say, and seeing the change it's made to our lives, but many others, is just an amazing thing.
You know, it's always like, it seems like, especially when the wife comes up with some great idea, the husband is always kind of like, oh, I don't know. Especially like if she's bringing it up, that now you're becoming even bigger skeptic, right? But Daniel and Stefania, I'm really interested to hear your story, because I know that you are both firecrackers, especially Stefania. So like, how's this thing working out?
It's not easy, not all the time. No, well, our situation is a little bit different probably than most of the couples, because we both have different businesses. I have my position and he has his position, because when I started network marketing, I was a single mom. And I had no intention to date anybody. I was just working very hard. And Daniel was my upline. But when my sponsor quit and I found myself alone, I asked for some support, and he was more than happy to come and support me. And as he did that, for 1 year, he tried to make me fall in love. I was like, no, never. You're not my type. You're younger than me. Forget about it. I need to think about my kids. And then at the end, we started dating. But I always made sure that I kept my position because I didn't want to ever depend on any man. And then I didn't expect that. Then we got actually married, and now obviously we kind of work, and I help him on his position, and he helps me on mine. But what I want to say is that we are quite competitive with each other. People think that maybe he gives me some of his contacts, or I give me some of mine. No. We are competitive, and in fact, there was a moment in my career that when I started to have success, people said, "Oh, this is because of Daniel Fire," and I totally freaked out. I'm like, no way. Again, the cliche, the woman is only successful because she's sleeping with the right guy. Never. So I decided to work even harder. That was like a trigger point for me. And I actually overtook him 2 ranks. Just to make a point, Eric and Marina, just to make a point. Then he overtook me again, and now he's better than me 1 rank. But wait till you see my baby where we will get. I want to hear your story now.
Yeah, no, that is interesting you say that, because I remember the story completely different. So the first moment we met, she fell madly in love with me. I said, baby, look.
You did.
Okay, I admit that. No, she's telling the truth. So it was tough to make her fall in love. Let's put it that way. But it was a fun ride, and here we are today. But yes, it's true. We were both in network marketing already. We're working together, obviously, every day. But like she said, building separate businesses. But it's also interesting because we have a little bit of a different style. I mean, obviously, me being a German, my friends in the Middle East, they call me the German machine. So I'm accurate and on fire, as my last name says. And she's a little bit more wild and hurricane style, and very emotional. And me, I'm passionate, but still I can control my feelings very much. So it's interesting on how things work out between us.
Out of control.
Oh, no, never. No, you're never out of control.
Let me ask a question of all of you. The entrepreneurs are typically type A, hard driving, opinionated people. So I'm curious, between all of you, and we'll start, I guess, with Colton and Priscilla again, is how do you deal with the competitive nature that is within you without creating winners and losers in the household? And how do you deal with different styles? So if one has one particular style and another person has a completely different style, how do you balance the styles without feeling like, oh, you're doing it wrong? And how do you deal with competition where it's helpful and not painful? Curious.
Yeah, so for us, we're super competitive too. We're just like you guys. So the only thing is, though, with Colton and I is that he'll message me and show me numbers from people on his team on how many sales they're at. And that's what really fires me up to tell my team, like, oh, heck no, this person has this many sales. We are not going to be number 2. We're going to be number 1. And he gets me going by telling me, oh, so-and-so made a sale today, or they have 5 today. And that makes me like, I'm going to get first place because of that. And that motivates me so much. But
does it ever go too far, though? Does it ever go too far? It's just like, hey, come on, I don't need to be pushed today.
No, he's really good with it. He does it perfect. Probably he doesn't do it every day. I would say maybe like once every 2 weeks, he'll light the fire under me and he'll tell me people's numbers. And I'm like, oh, really? Okay.
But the thing is, so I set like a record in my company in North America, like for personal volume and personal recruits. And like, I've held that record for like 8 or 9 years. And the cool thing was my wife just beat that record like a month ago. So I was like actually like her biggest cheerleader, like so pumped that you beat me. I haven't been able to beat that record in such a long time. So I don't know. I'm like, I think we're both like rooting for each other to beat each other and like set our own goals. But I think we focus more on like beating our own goals and improving ourselves versus like each other.
Totally.
If that helps.
Yeah.
And Chanel and Terry?
Yeah, I think that last point was really, really key, actually, was we are both super competitive, but we are competitive with a joint goal. Like, we have a business that we work together. We don't have a separate, we're not competing against each other anyway. But also the fact that she's the really competitive one. She's that type A. She's the driven, like, no nonsense. But the set of, we're fortunate enough that I've got a slightly different set of skills. I'm the data geek. I'm the guy that likes analysis and numbers. But actually, we realized quite a while ago that we don't try to both do everything. I think that's really important. Like, we know what each other is really great at. She's great at that drive, that determination, that focus. And I will happily sit with a spreadsheet and work out numbers and the information, but that's cool. So we are both competitive to make our business succeed, but not necessarily against each other.
Yeah.
She reminds me of how great she is a lot, and she is, but I'm like, yeah, that's cool. give me some numbers and some training and some coaching and I'm fine.
I think here is maybe a different dynamic to if you have individual businesses, because we do have a business that we work together. But yeah, it's just finding that balance between us of who's good at what set of skills and then really playing to those strengths. And we're competing, with maybe sidelines, people in the company, friendly competition. So it's important to us, but not necessarily against each other.
The thing that I hear from this is supporting each other, making sure your partner knows that you got their back, that you support them, that you're not undermining them, that you're not talking smack about them to other people, you're not putting them down, you're not joking about them negatively. That's really, really important. And the second thing is letting people find their place within the business, where their strengths are. Like, Marina's much more organized and disciplined than I am. So her strengths are really, really good to make sure that the business is being managed effectively. Because if I had to manage it all the time, it'd run off the rails real fast. So, but finding that place, but what I'm hearing is healthy conversation and dialogue. And yes, there's conflict sometimes, but also I would say that in the unhealthy ones, the competition gets a little mean. In the unhealthy couples, the competition gets a little joke, I beat you, you're not as good as me, and it's a little mean-spirited, or there's not a lot of support, or there's little joking, putting each other down like crazy, which I don't hear at all in these conversations, and having the balance to love the other person and to push them if they want to be pushed. You know what I mean? So sometimes let's say the business dominant partner is pushing the other person to do things exactly the way they want to do it. Or they're pushing them to be more of a recruiter, or they're pushing them to get to that next rank. And it might not be their thing. So push them if they want it, but give them enough love and grace and compassion to find their place over time in a really safe environment where they know that you've got their back. That's what I see in really healthy relationships. And it's good to have some fire. It's good to have a little bit of passion and emotion and energy, but just make sure that it's kind and it's compassionate inside of that fire. You know what I mean? So, David, Stefania, your thoughts on competition and style.
You know what I think is incredible? Yes, it's incredible because what I just heard from those two power couples, it's very similar to exactly what we do. We share numbers. We joke a lot about, because I'm more like the Italian market is the German market, and they're always the number one and number two markets. So we do like football, Germany 1, Italy 2, or vice versa. But then we also are so different in our skills and abilities that we compensate each other just like you guys. So it's incredible to see that even though we don't know each other, we do so much similar. I mean, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And I think it's important to let each other room to build their business the way they want to build it. And that's what we do a lot. Honestly, we have very different styles in a lot of things. I mean, sometimes if I'm joining a Zoom call with her, then I'm just thinking, how can they talk so long about nothing? Like it's like it's driving my German efficiency crazy. But at the same time, every single time, I'm telling you this, every single time, if I want to make like a voice message on my phone, I'm leaving the place where she is, because every time she's going to tell me, delete this message. This was completely wrong. You got to say different. I say, baby, look, I'm doing my business about 14 hours a day and it's all fine. And in the, every single time you're here, it's not that I'm doing it wrong. I'm just doing it different. Right. So I think everybody's building their own business in the same business. But then we have a lot of times where I'm like, hey, I need you to help me with this, or she needs me to help her with this. So we come in as like cross-population, if you will, right?
We balance each other,
Yes.
we compensate each other in so many ways. And I think this is very important in a couple, because if you were both skilled in the same way, then how could you help the other side? So we really, because of our culture, because of our background, and because of our personalities, we found our perfect balance. In fact, our team says that we are so good, at least they say there, because of these differences we have in each other.
Yeah, and then let me just add one small little thing. To edify each other is a
Yes.
huge point that I learned from Stefania, because I naturally didn't do it. Like I love her and she's amazing, but I wouldn't make it a point to point it out. But it's logical, because you cannot edify yourself. You look stupid and arrogant, right? But your partner can perfectly edify you. And Stefania, probably naturally you did that, right? Because she just loves people and also loves me, like I said before, as you all know. And so no, anyways, so she really always edified me, like all the time, telling everyone how great I am and what I do and the things that she believes. No, but honestly, this gave me so much entry credit when I came to speak at her meetings or with her team. Everybody was telling me, oh, Danny, you're like the strategist. Like, we got to talk strategy. And I wondered, why would everybody say like I'm so good at strategy? And then I found out that she would tell everybody. And this really helped us so much in helping each other to be even more powerful by just edifying each other. It's a huge tip.
That's awesome. And, typically in our live event, we have this panel going for an hour, and it's never enough either, and during this online event, we're trying to kind of like squeeze everything as much as we possibly can in this time. So we only have a couple minutes, guys, and let's kind of like just briefly, because I think another important question that a lot of people wonder is, as a couple, how do you differentiate business and life, and personal life? Do you have like date nights that when you don't talk about work? What do you guys do? So like just no more than a minute
date night
each.
when you talk about work.
That too,
Because in fairness, in honesty, we have date nights and we still talk about work. I mean, it's not like, that's that evil thing we have to turn off. But we just go do it together.
But I mean, in our life, and I kind of like, I didn't want to go in front of you guys, but for us personally, we just don't differentiate business life and personal life. For us, it's our life.
Yeah.
Because, we have a 24/7 business, and it just doesn't really matter. So we can be like somewhere in the south of France on the beautiful yacht, looking at the beautiful scenery, and then still talking about work. A lot of people are like, oh, you're going on vacation. I was like, no, I'm just changing the office view. That's about it. But what do you guys think? And
look like?
Yeah. So what is it as a couple? How do you differentiate it? Or if you even do that?
Back to Colton and Priscilla.
Yeah, so what we do is we work so hard Monday through Saturday, and then Saturday night at 7 p.m., our phones go in a lockbox from 7 p.m. Saturday night to 7 p.m. Sunday night. And we will watch movies Saturday night. I mean, the TV never goes on unless it's Saturday to Sunday, and it's just a whole scheduled day of the next morning of church and breakfast and hanging out with each other. We will talk about business because we love it so much, but sometimes we'll both say, no talk about business right now. And it's just like a day to rest and recover. And by 7 o'clock that night, we're like ready to hit the ground running on Monday. And it brings so much balance to our marriage and our business.
And then we sprinkle in, we are spontaneous. So sometimes if we're doing a whole bunch of back-to-back Zoom calls or back-to-back three-way calls, we live a few houses from the ocean in California. So we're like, hey, do you want to go walk to the beach real quick, or grab our dogs and go walk around like the park? So we kind of sprinkle in like little like lunch dates, beach dates, when we kind of get like a lot of stress through our business. But yeah, every Sunday is kind of like our go-to like reset hard once a week.
Chanel and Terry, what do you guys do? How do you balance your life?
I think it is tricky. Finding the balance as the couple is the trickiest part of the whole thing, really. But we try and look at our week ahead, work out planned calls, things that we have with the team, and then we'll try and slot time in between that and include obviously our son in that as well. It's really important that we have sort of committed time to him. We're the same. We love the business. So when we kind of schedule in these date nights, really it's just us in a different location, strategizing and talking about the business. But we try and do it anyway, because it's important just to have that time, away from your phone, essentially. We love travel. We travel loads. So we will also kind of every 3 months, we will make sure we have like a planned family holiday in. So we will run up with loads of energy through those 3 months, and then we'll have like a week together where we're still available but less, and our team know that, and we kind of try and do that every kind of 3 months, really.
Yeah, and we talk to our team about that, like guys, we're just forewarning you, we're going away for a couple of weeks. It's not like we disappear off the planet, but they kind of can step in because we're fortunate enough to have a great team. Also, just on that kind of business and personal relationship, because we get asked a lot, and just a small point is, if you work in a business as a couple, I would advise get comfortable with having a discussion about business. If it's a critical issue or a new project or a new campaign, don't allow the relationship, the kind of emotions of the relationship, to sneak into that. Be comfortable with talking about business as a couple, but without it being about being a couple. Does that make sense? Like, you can have a business conversation, and that's really imperative that you do that without the emotion of like the relationship coming into play. So I think that's a really key thing that we've learned to do.
Go ahead.
In our case, I think we love so much what we do, and it's so much part of our lives. And it's one of the reasons that made us fall in love, is because we both have the same passion. That because we of course it feels like work, and of course it's hard, but because we love it so much, we don't really find the balance. I mean, we are out of balance all the time, but we love it, and it's part of who we are. And yes, we book our agendas, and sometimes we go to the movies, and we live in front of the beach, so we are going to work from the beach. But even if we go to the beach, we're still going to end up talking, and he's going to make that call and I'm going to make that Zoom. So for now, at least for now, maybe things will change later on, we still feel we want to achieve so much and help so many people to change their lives, that we are completely, like, it's so part of our lives that I wouldn't know how to answer this properly.
One thing that we always did, and I say did because it feels like for us, our days and our lives is moving so fast that if I remember the time before COVID, I kind of forgot it already. Like, for me, it feels like my whole life I've been working from home, which is really not true. It's been 90 days. Before, we've been traveling at least 50% of our time, sometimes more. And one thing that we always make sure is that when we travel together, that we book, 2-3 days earlier or a day after, or at least that extra day, and that we get the nice hotel, the nice suites. I mean, this is something in the beginning, it's like, oh, this is luxurious stuff. But later on, this really becomes vital. I mean, we've seen so many great places. And also made sure to put it on her Instagram. For example, in Paris, we did this spectacular picture right in front of Tour Eiffel, but it really wasn't just the picture. It really was, we were at this unbelievable place. And I think that is our couple time, like, and the travel, not to forget, like, we really love flying at Emirates. So the time at Emirates, right? It's really also our phone off time.
And for us, it's important to fly first class and to really, like, he's amazing with little surprises, but still, we still work as we do all that. I don't know, network marketing is so part of our lives, but for now, I love it. Does it feel too much? It doesn't. Sometimes
we're like, oh, I really don't feel like doing that call now, but we just do it, and that's it. And then at night,
but it's like you and Marina, you just said it. You're on your yacht in a beautiful place, but you're still working. So I think we are on that moment. Yes.
Yeah, I think it's really important to understand that it's not like you working in order to live sometime later, because the life is not kind of like passing by. It's not a dress rehearsal. You're living it right now. So that's why originally when Eric and we just started that business and we didn't have enough money, but we also were running and gunning so hard. We were just kind of like going into town, doing an event and out, in and out. And we only saw airports and the cities and the hotel. I mean, not the cities, but the hotels. And at some point I told Eric, is like, this is not life to live. So let's go at least a day earlier, like you guys said, and at least let's stay one more day so we can, first of all, ease into the event and kind of like get our bodies in shape and ready for different time zones if it's the case, and just kind of like get a little bit of time together, and off we go. So thank you guys so much. I just wanted to mention the cool thing that Colton and Priscilla were connecting from California, United States. Chanel and Terry were connecting from UK, right? And Danny and Stefania from Dubai. So all over the place, just for you guys.
And us from Vegas.
And us from Vegas, exactly. Just for you guys connecting from all over the world. I think that you got a lot of good tips from this panel, but I definitely enjoyed it. All right, so we're gonna move on.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
And this power couple, the couples panel.
Couples panel.
The
That's
couples
what it is.
panel is like
the most powerful couples panel in the world.
Exactly, like so much power and everything. So this panel is closing our hour. So we've been 3 and change
Hope
hours
you're getting
together.
value. I mean, this is like the Titanic.
Pretty much.
That's a bad analogy.
Yeah, it is bad.
It's not like the Titanic. It's as long as the Titanic, but it's like a really short series on Netflix. So if you're going to binge a series on Netflix, you can like binge a series on the most powerful women in network marketing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you know what? Like you're watching the movie and they're not necessarily teaching you how to make money, how to be professional, how to, you know, take your life to the next level. So I think it's a little different.
Yeah, maybe
I hope you
I'll
guys
just
see
be
it.
quiet.
All right.
I'll stop making analogies that don't work.
We're gonna go on a 5-minute break. So I know you're tired, but please make sure when a final stretch.
They're not tired, they're energized.
Okay, yeah, all right. Look at this guy. It's like, who invited him? But anyway, we're going to go on a 5-minute break. Make sure to come back because that entire session, first of all, Eric and I will be doing a segment on the relationships, and then we will be talking about social media. We still have amazing speakers like Angel Fletcher, Jessie Lee Ward, Danelle Delgado. So, I mean, if you want to build a business properly on social media, that session is very important. So in the meantime, grab some water, get something to eat, and come back in 5 minutes sharp. Okay, guys, welcome back. I know that the break was brief, but I hope you got whatever you needed and ready to take notes, because we're on a final stretch. We're gonna have a lot of fun, because I think the discussion that Eric and I are about to have is gonna be very helpful for you, but also all the social media segments, all of the experts who will be coming and teaching you how to build on social media properly. I think it's gonna be very important for you. So, Eric, let's talk about relationships, because there are different kinds of relationships, right? Relationships at home, relationships with your downline, your upline, the company. So what do you want to start?
I think we just start with relationship, the key relationship in your life. Okay? I mean, the key relationship in your life is the relationship with yourself.
Right.
How you treat yourself. How aware you are of your own challenges, issues, how you talk to yourself, how you respect or disrespect yourself. So I think that's the one, but I think we can address that probably just as meaningfully, talking about the relationship with the significant person in your life partner, your spouse, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, somebody that's, that center point in your life that you're building a life with, right? Because I think if you can have harmony in the home, that's a good start. And I will say, before we get into it, two things. One is, if you don't have harmony with yourself, it's hard to have harmony in the home. It's the reason why personal development is so important. That you continue to work on you, that you continue to be kind to yourself. There's a word called genshai, and the word means to never act in a way that makes another person feel small. And I think that's really, really good, especially in our times that we're living in now, today, and the awareness that's going on in the world. But I think that starts with you. To not treat yourself in a way that makes you feel small, to be able to accept a compliment, to be able to deal with your issues and deficiencies without getting defensive, with the ability to raise your awareness and improve on a daily basis, but also be kind to yourself and to forgive yourself for past mistakes and not to live in past difficult circumstances. So what we're going to talk about are a set of tools that neither of us are absolute experts, but we're working on it every day. And we've achieved harmony in our home, where we work together, we celebrate each other, and we want you to be able to have that too. But I would also say that these tools that we're going to talk about are the same exact tools that the world needs today, in order to be able to build a bridge between races, to build a bridge between different groups of people. Same exact principles. As you hear them, I want you to think about how you can apply it to yourself, how you can apply it to your personal relationships, apply it to your team, but also apply it to your communities. These are really, really helpful. And we are not experts, we are amateurs, we are stumbling forward in our lives, but we have found some answers to some of life's biggest questions.
And like you said, Tony Robbins, he refers to that as your personal state. And in order for you to have kind of like healthy state as a couple, it all starts with you. Like Eric said, if you're unhappy personally, if you're feeling needy, if you're feeling unfulfilled, if you're feeling insecure, right? You're gonna portray all of those feelings to your relationship, and I mean, it's just a matter of time for that relationship to start having issues, because you need to bring all those values that you're looking for in your relationship first yourself, and then ask for your partner.
Do you take responsibility for your own mistakes, or do you blame?
Right.
Well, I only did that because you are a jerk or whatever. If you're very blamey in your programming, it's very difficult to create harmony, because you can never be happy unless somebody else does something. You can never feel fulfilled unless somebody else does something. There can never be harmony unless somebody else does something. At some point, you got to learn how to take responsibility for the you, right? Like Jim Rohn used to say, I'll take care of me for you, and you take care of you for me. In other words, we each make ourselves the best version of ourselves for the other person, but we can't make the other person happy at the expense of ourselves, if that makes any sense.
And you know, sometimes people say it's like, oh, I want to change him or I want to change her, because like, you know, when couples get together, there are certain reasons why you get together, right?
Isn't that a male-female thing though?
What?
I heard the joke, you know, like the man looks down the aisle at his bride, getting ready to walk down the aisle, and he says, wow, that's just a perfect woman. She's just perfect in every way. I wouldn't change a thing. And the woman looks up the aisle at the man, and she says, with a little bit of work, I could get that guy into alignment with what he needs to do. Is that
I would say probably yes, maybe women a little more, but I think that
they see the
also,
potential in the guy.
Yeah, we're hopeful.
Yeah.
You know, we're still hopeful. We're not just saying like, okay,
maybe he
he's
can
hopeless.
get his shit together.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that one of the challenges that I see is when you try to change somebody, and I think it's really hard to change somebody. You cannot force the change. You can influence the change, but you cannot force it on somebody. So, and in my opinion, in order for a person to listen to your feedback and, you know, not be offended by what you're telling them, there have to be trust. There have to be respect. Those two things have to present in their relationship first, so you can hear this constructive criticism, so you can actually take it, and instead of being like offended, like, oh no, you telling me what I should be doing, you know, you actually taking a note. And I was like, you know what, yeah, maybe he's right, maybe there is a way that I can change that or adjust that or create like a new set of habits for myself.
And look, here, we're going to give you a series of words, and we're going to talk about each one, because they're principles, I think, for harmony in the home and harmony in all relationships. And I think the best one to start with is respect.
Yes.
You look at what's going on in the world today. Certain groups are feeling disrespected and have felt disrespected for a long time. African Americans here in the United States have felt disrespected for generations. The first step towards building a relationship in our communities is respect, right? So same thing's true. If Marina knows that I might disagree with something that she's saying, but if I'm respectful in the disagreement, we can have a conversation.
Right.
If I'm respectful, if I use that word genshai, if I don't act in a way that makes her feel smaller, if I don't purposely put her down, if I don't tell her what she needs to do, if I don't put her in her place, if I don't, you know, it's like in some relationships, one of the others in the relationship is put on an allowance. You have a certain amount that you can spend, right? That's kind of disrespectful.
I mean, it's like, I think that any argument or any disagreements, if they're disrespectful, they turn into the fight.
Well, like I say,
you know?
Yeah, I mean, because you could talk about love, but love is this, how do you define love, right?
Well, to me, love is, of course, the emotional connection that you experience to another human being, but that feeling, but it's also like, you know, one time I did the training in that flower, and every leaf of that flower was some of those words that for me, that's what the love consists of. Right. And respect.
Yeah.
And
so love is something that you exhibit.
Right.
Not just a feeling.
Right.
Right? If you really love someone, you're going to do things that are loving, right? Which respect is a big thing. So if you're respectful on anything, then you can have disagreements and it doesn't dissolve your relationship.
Right. And I think that's the difference between being in love and actually loving somebody.
Yeah.
Because in love is just that emotion, just that little sparkle that does not turn into the more substantial, dance, because being in dancing tango takes two people, and everybody have to take their role. And that's why I think it's important to understand that we all play our roles, and it all starts with us, with our respect and self-belief, and developing us as a human being first, and then being respectful to our partner, to our spouse, that because disagreement is going to show up in your life. It's not just like everything is going to be glitz and glamour and you're always going to be agreeing on everything, but finding that meaningful and loving and respectful way to communicate those disagreements, that's
on big
an
things
art.
and little things.
Yes.
It's like, honey, I love you, but there's too much garlic in this food.
You're talking about me right now.
Or she loves garlic. She just loves the garlic.
I'm not eating it just like that. I'm just like eating it in all my
Or
meals.
like she likes sunflower seeds, and she can't just eat the inside of the seed. She has to like crack, and like she's like a little.
We only have about 8-10 minutes left in this.
I know.
Like we don't gotta go
But I'm
into
talking
my entire
about.
menu.
But I'm talking about real life stuff. So the sound of sunflower seeds I can handle for a period of time, but I can't handle it like for an hour. So what I'll say to Marina is respectfully, babe, how long you gonna go? And she says, well, how long can I go? And I'm like, well, is 20 minutes okay? And we'll negotiate this. And because with respect, if she really wants to just go at it for an hour and a half, I'll put on the noise canceling headphones and I'll read a book or something. It's okay. But I just need to know what the boundaries are. So I think in order to achieve respect, right, think about every interaction. Like we talked about in the last segment with the couples, the joke, haha, the little mean-spirited jabs. Right. They're a little bit disrespectful and you're trying to be funny. Oh, you're trying to be funny. Oh, look at my stupid husband. Oh, my wife. Oh gosh, is she blonde? Whatever. You might have repeated that joke one too many times, and even though people laugh, it hurts the other person. So think in terms of how respectful can you be, and still be genuine.
Right. And I think
you don't want to be a false person by being falsely respectful.
Right. And that comment leads us to another very important word is communication.
Yes.
We touched on that a little bit in the couples panel as well, but I think that communication is so critical. It's so important because Eric and I are coming from two different worlds and different cultures and different things that we, I just view things differently, not because it's better or worse, it's just because how I was raised, how I was brought up. And he sees things in the way he was raised. And sometimes those two don't connect. And the worst part that people can do is assume. Because once you assume that your partner knows what you're trying to say, or when you assume that your partner understands what you mean by whatever, that's where the disconnect happened. Because I learned hard way, don't assume anything. Not in your conversation with your spouses, not in the conversation with your kids, not in the conversation with your teammates. None of that, because make sure that you express exactly what you're trying to say and over communicate, because there is no such a thing as talking or expressing yourself too much or explaining what you're trying to say too much.
Yeah, I can't overemphasize the respect thing. We have a 14-year-old here at home. If you ask him to do something, he'll never disagree. If you tell him he's going to do something, he feels disrespected, he gets all stiff, and we have a problem. Same thing's true with everybody, I think. And when it comes to communication, if you're doing it respectfully, then over communication is not a problem.
Right.
You can talk about everything. So long as that person's feeling respected, you can say, it really bothers me when you do this.
Right.
I love it when you do this. Would you please do more of this, or less of that, or whatever it happens to be. So long as there's a foundation of respect, communication can be overboard. Because if you don't have respect and you try to communicate what's bothering you, now it's, that chewing seeds bothers me. Well, a lot of things bother me about you, buddy. You know, ba, 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 ba. And pretty soon,
whole list.
there's a whole list. So pretty soon, now you're in an argument versus trying to come to a solution because you're trying to create harmony in the home, right? So respect and communication builds the third pillar, which is trust.
Right.
And until you have trust, you're kind of living separate lives.
Right.
You look at what's going on in the home, but also what's going on in our communities, right? Between African Americans and what they have felt has been, and what has really been injustice. They felt disrespected. They've felt patronized. They've felt the communication has been one-sided. And because of that, there's very little trust. And you're seeing that played out in the world today. Same thing's true with your spouse. Same thing's true with your kids. Same thing's true with your relationships with people on your team, the relationships with people in your company. Respect is just hard to measure how important it is. Communication, you can't overdo it. Don't make other people try to read your mind. And ladies, can I give you a tip? I shouldn't say, I'm not going to generalize, but I would say a lot of women would really love it if guys would pick up on the obvious clues that they're leaving as a bread trail through the forest in order to be able for them to wake the hell up and see the obvious. You see things we don't see. We are very simple creatures, right? There's not a lot of layers to us. We're not sophisticated. You guys have 500 layers of empathetic understanding and intuitions, and we're just wondering how long it is until we eat. It's simple shit. So please, I'm begging you, on behalf of all,
leave the notes,
of
like
all
Gloria said.
men, for all men around the world, tell the guy what you like in bed. Tell him what you want him to do. He wants to make you happy. Just tell him, okay? For what you want to eat, tell him. Where you want to go to eat, tell him. If you don't want to decide which restaurant and you want him to be a man and pick the restaurant for Christ's sake, tell him, okay? Whatever. Just please, just tell him. If you just absolutely think he looks ridiculous wearing those same pair of 12-year-old shorts, tell him. Because we're not going to pick up on the clues. We're just not. And you're going to be frustrated.
I want to touch on one more point before we wrap up. And I think it's important to understand, that we all have different strengths and talents. And if you want to be a powerful couple inside of our business, it's important to understand that in most cases, we will not be marching at the same order, a step and like at the same time, with the same speed and with the same excitement, because, we have different talents, we have different abilities, and we we organize things differently. So Eric, for example, he is a visionary. He is very talented guy in creating content. He is, he's the guy who can paint the vision, but I'm the girl who's going to make it happen. So if I only trust him to get those things done, they probably not going to come to fruition. So he needs a person like me to help him put all of those great ideas into action. But I need also people like him to paint that big vision that will scare me to death. Because for myself, I can only think so much and I can see so much, but I need somebody bigger, bolder, and more powerful visionary to see me so I can, show me so I can reach to it.
You know where all the conflict comes in the world? It comes from one group of people or one person thinking a certain way, wanting another person to think the way they think.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, I want you to think how I think. I want you to believe what I believe. And if you don't, then you're disrespecting me. I think it's a different approach is healthy for healing in the home, healing in ourselves, healing around the world. And that is to embrace our differences, to embrace them, to embrace the fact that I can focus on my strengths and she can focus on hers, to embrace the fact that if neither of us have a strength, we can find somebody else that can fill that void for us without blaming the other person for not having that strength or developing it. Embrace our differences. Embrace our differences in culture. Embrace our differences in background, where you grew up, where I grew up. Our differences in fashion, our differences in food, our differences in whatever. Embrace it all.
Just for the record, my fashion taste is better than yours. Just say, just want to make it clear.
It's true. It's true. So anyway, learn to embrace the differences. Learn to build a foundation of respect. Do that over time through massive over-communication. And by doing that, you'll build trust. You'll create harmony. You can embrace each other's differences without trying to change each other all the time. Where there's a lot of conflict is, as I see, and we do, the amount of relationship coaching we end up doing for top earners is just, you wouldn't even believe it.
Right.
It always goes straight to that, to help them create harmony in the home. And usually it's one of the two trying to change the other one aggressively, or passive aggressively, or a little jabby, or a little naggy, or whatever, however you want to do it.
Or it just comes down to self-worthiness, or not being worthy, or thinking. It's not even not being worthy. It's in most cases, you would be surprised how many successful people think, because one of their challenges, one of their actually biggest fear that they're not sharing with you is that they're not worthy. They're not worthy to the income level they're at. They're not worthy to have the rank that they're at. They're not worthy of all of this success. They think that they're a bad leader, and they
live in fear.
And they kind of like, they were so excited.
And we're going to lose this opportunity if you don't change, and we're going to lose our rank advancement if you don't help me, or you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
And just kind of like helping people to, first of all, build a belief in themselves and kind of like help them overcome that. I think it's a big deal and it's important. And in a relationship, it's very, it's a big deal to lift each other up, It's
always
to
have each other's back, like we talked about.
To encourage each other, to make sure that, forget even joke, haha, but also giving a compliment, giving your spouse, and it's like, hey, great
Edifying
job
your
today,
spouse all the
edifying
time.
your spouse, and like, to the team, to family, to kids, to everybody, because that's how you build their respect to your partner. Because if you don't respect him or her, how do you expect everybody else doing it? So make sure to edify your partner. Make sure to, because of your insecurities, not to dim their light, because that's one of the biggest challenges that we've seen. Because if people are loving each other, they want you to succeed. They want you to live your dream. They want you to play full out. And we hear those comments, not being supportive spouses. And the only reason of them not being supportive is because they're tired to see you crawl. They want you to play full out. They want you to make a decision and take things to the next level. They want you to actually, say enough is enough, and I'm not gonna be living like this anymore, and I'm gonna reach that next rank finally. I'm gonna accomplish that goal finally, and I just need you to be support and win in my back instead of winning in your face. And if you have this kind of a conversation, they will be absolutely happy to support you. But if you're kind of like tiptoeing, if you're trying, it just frustrates them, and they just see that you're not serious and you're not committed, and that's why they don't want to support, because they think it's a waste of time.
Do we have 1 or 2 more minutes?
Well, yeah, but
Okay, 1 or 2.
1 or 2.
1 or 2. I have to give you one more thing, because some of you are going, oh, this sounds amazing, but you don't know my house. I have an ex who's a psycho. I have, kids who are out of control. I have a boyfriend or girlfriend that is not like this, and I don't even like myself right now. Whatever. My one word of compassion to you is, please be patient with the process. You might have had a lifetime of bad programming yourself, and you need to work on you so you can bring more value to that family home. So be patient. It's not going to happen in a minute. You need to read, you need to listen, you need to develop the right relationships in your life to be able to help reprogram your mind to something a little bit more positive, constructive. Number one. Number two, be patient. If there's a lot of dysfunction in your home right now, be willing to be the one who takes the first step, and be patient while everybody learns to trust what's going on, because all of a sudden, if everything's respectful, everybody's going to feel weird about it. And just be willing to be the first one to do it for a while trust is built and communication starts to be repaired and respect starts to grow. Because it just doesn't happen in a minute. We've been doing this for a long time.
Right. It took us about 3 years to actually get to
just a foundation.
To get to like full understanding, full trust, and kind of like go through different, miscommunication challenges.
Tons of them. So just be patient with yourself. Be patient with your family. We all have to. And I would even say to the people around the world that are really frustrated, protesters and African Americans and police and everything else, to please be patient with that process, because even if everybody wants to change right now, there's a lot of systemic issues that need to be talked about, communicated. Trust is not going to be built in a moment. Arresting 4 police officers is not going to build trust in a moment. It's not going to build the big... or bridge this gap in a moment. It's going to take some time. But it's a worthwhile thing to do, okay? So in the big global perspective, and in the home, and then finally with yourself. How you speak to yourself, how you think about yourself, how you respect yourself, how you value yourself is the centerpiece of this whole thing.
Yep, the conversation that you're having with you and the people that you love matter.
A great book is How to Talk When You Speak to Yourself. What to Say When You Speak to Yourself, How to Talk When You Speak to Yourself, one of those two. But you can look it up. It's an amazing book on what to say when you talk to yourself and how important that is. Yeah, you are listening. So, what's next?
All right. Well, we have an announcement. I actually made an announcement earlier today, but I wanted you to kind of like give your feedback why you and I decided to do the
20 and 30 for women?
The training,
Yeah.
20 and 30. And let's move so we can show them the
Okay.
graphic,
Okay,
because
cool.
I want them to be able to see.
So here's why we decided to do this. How to recruit 20 people in 30 days is the number one. What am I doing? Where do you want us?
There we go.
All right.
We want to be centered.
How to recruit 20 people in 30 days is our number one best-selling course we've ever created. But at the same time, there's a bunch of issues that are specific to women.
Right.
So we decided to put together a how to recruit 20 people in 30 days, and think about what would happen if you recruited 20 people in 30 days. How would your business grow? Respect, rank advancement, income, momentum. I mean, it's endless. The benefits of doing this. And even if you've never recruited 20 people in your life, I promise you can do this. There's a structure for it. I've coached thousands and thousands of people on exactly how to do it, and we can help you too. So we put together a 10-week course with this. But we talk specifically about women's issues all the way through.
Right.
We do this together all the way through, week by week, step by step. And we're going to be doing this, jumping in live with you to do this. And the people who are involved with it are going to get tremendous benefit, because over 10 weeks, we can really give you the coaching that's going to be difficult to do if I just send it to you in a home study course and go watch it over whatever amount of time. It takes a process for you to prepare, for you to pre-launch, for you to do your 20 and 30, and for you to figure out what your next steps are. I'd love to help you do that. You deserve it, okay? I want you to just let your imagination go and what would happen. I want you to think about, you just completed 20 people in 30 days. You've recruited 20 people personally in a 30-day period of time. How do you feel for doing that? I mean, it's going to be just amazing. What a great summer project for you to be able to take advantage of. So many people are looking for ways to be able to work from home. We're excited to be able to do this with you. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, so and during those 10 weeks, I'll be doing Q&A. I'll do like 6 of them right at the beginning, so you guys can get your questions answered. And that's pretty much those Q&A going to be like coaching, because if you have any issues, challenges, or questions that you're running into, it's going to be, I think, important for us to kind of like have a conversation about it. And I also did several interviews that I talked to people. How did they do that?
Women who did 20 and 30.
Women specifically.
So case studies. How did they do it? What happened?
Right. How did they do that? What they learned through the process? What they gonna kind of like do better next time? And of course, you're gonna have the workbook, and you're gonna have the calendar and memory jogger and all of those.
Did you talk
things.
about GoPro Academy?
And yes, I said that.
So listen, let me just say this. GoPro Academy has every course we've ever created. Every single course we've ever created. It's $50 a month for people to do this, so $600 for the year. For people who order in the next 24 hours because of the replay?
No, till midnight. No,
till midnight
today.
Okay, people who order till midnight, we're going to give you a year's worth of GoPro Academy for free. So it's like the whole 20 and 30 is like next to nothing for that whole experience, and let us coach you in order to be able to help you do it. So be nice to yourself. You know what I mean? Create a little stimulus in your home. Create something that's going to be great. And we're going to give you 10 weeks out of our life. Lots of interaction, lots of Q&A, lots of case studies for you to be able to improve, do better, and experience a breakthrough. That's our whole heart.
So if you buy the product before Friday, you're gonna it's cost only $497, and you're gonna get a bunch of different bonuses. One of them is Michelle Poehler. She will be doing her master class on how to start your own 100-day project and crush it. And then
face your fears.
And face your fears, yes. Michelle crushed it today. She did an amazing job, I think. And we're going to be giving you one live stream ticket for the Most Powerful Women live event when it's happening. I hope you enjoyed this kind of like condensed version, 4.5 hours, whatever we've been going for. I hope you enjoy that, but it's gonna be 3 days of this. Can you imagine? 3 days of this, and if you can come and attend live event, that would be amazing. When the tickets go back on sale, we welcome everybody. But if you can just enjoy and want to enjoy it from the comfort of your home, you can do that too. I will be also we're going to be doing a drawing for my 30-minute training session. So we will be announcing once you register how that's going to work. But also, like Eric said, until tonight, you can also have a 1-year membership for the GoPro Academy.
And I will say, if you're already a member of GoPro Academy, you can gift this or sell it to somebody on your team. Or you could use it as a prize for somebody in your team that rank advances.
Yeah, some kind of incentive. Or if you already have a monthly membership, you can upgrade it to the annual membership. You just need to reach out to our customer support team and they will take care of it. And
for those that do it, we're really excited to work with you. It's going to be really fun. It's going to be a great, it's our summer project.
It is.
Of working with a powerful group of women, specifically teaching you how to get this 20 and 30 done.
Yeah, and typically this product, we sell it for $1,000. So we just decided to pretty much give you half of it, half price.
For all of it.
For all of it, yeah. The full product, the full product for the half price. But even if it's $497, it's hard payment for you to make it right away.
Make it stretch.
You can still do the payment plan, and it's 3 payments, $177, and you're good to go. So make sure to take us on this offer, because I think that I want you all to succeed. Like I started this event earlier, that you can do and you can achieve everything you want in life. Imagine what those 20 recruits will do for your business. Imagine your self-confidence. Imagine you're just going to master those skills, how to talk to people, how to follow up, how to help them make decisions, how to get them started. All of those things will be covered in that course. So make sure to lock arms with us, and let's get it done together. But we are still not done with this event.
No.
We're still going.
You guys got some powerful stuff coming up.
Almost the entire session left for social media. So we still have 3 amazing, powerful presenters that will be doing social media training. And the first presenter going to be Angel Fletcher. She is the top income earner in network marketing. She is a total rock star. She's making multiple 7 figures a year.
She got
And
super skinny this last year too.
She did. She got
Unbelievable.
engaged. You know, love looks good on you, girl. So anyway, Angel is an amazing rock star, and she's been building her business mostly on social media. So make sure to tune in and listen what Angel has to say. Angel?
Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Marina. I'm super excited to be here. Hey, how is everybody? I'm coming to you from my home in New Orleans. Super excited to be here. So I'm going to start with you guys. I want you to think about when you're out on the beach. And when you're on the beach and you're watching waves rolling in, you know, those waves just keep coming. And social media is kind of like that. We have waves where things are coming rolling in and everything seems like it's great and wonderful. And I'm going to tell you guys, just like those surfers out there on those waves, you know, that's in what we do. I'm going to tell you, we literally have the same opportunity as those surfers out there. You know, whenever those waves are rolling in and they carry a surfer all the way into the beach, guys, that's when the work kicks in. That's where they got to paddle and they got to kick to get all the way back out to catch that next wave. Well, social media is just like that. Facebook has these waves. Instagram has these waves where everything's rocking and rolling and you're riding that wave all the way in. But I'm going to tell you guys, it's those professional surfers out there who know how to paddle and kick to get back out to be able to catch that next big wave before they miss it. And it's the same exact thing with us in network marketing. We have to be able to paddle and kick, and our paddling and kicking comes in the form of learning skills. And I'm gonna tell you, one of the greatest things I ever did for myself was I learned the 7 skills. I learned about people, how to meet people, where to meet people. And for me, that's Facebook groups. I'm gonna share a couple of secrets with you guys. And I have to tell you, they're pretty cool secrets. I have people that are personally recruiting 60, 70, 80, some even are more than 100 people in a month right now, you guys. And I'll tell you, they've never done this before. So let's get started because I have 2 tricks to share with you. One is, you know, with the craziness that's going on in the world right now, there are groups popping up, and they're quarantine groups. People all over the world are gathering in these quarantine groups. And what I see going on in those groups is people are coming together to complain. And so I go in those groups, you guys, and I'm a beacon of light. And I share tips and I share tricks and I share resources. I go into mommy groups and I share resources of things kids can do right now. Do you guys know Dolly Parton reads a storybook live on her Facebook 1 night a week to children? Like, I don't know about you, but my granddaughter's loving that. And I'll tell you, me sharing that has gotten me connected to a whole lot of nanas on this planet over the past, I don't know, I've been in quarantine 15 weeks today. And so I will tell you that these people that are in these groups, they're complaining about things. Lots of people don't have hope right now, and I'm just a deliverer of hope and a little bit of sunshine every day. And so that's one of the ways I'm connecting with people by bringing that kind of value into those groups. I'm loving on people. I'm making them feel better. I'm encouraging them, and it doesn't have anything to do with the product or the company. They want to be more connected to people who are happy, who give them a little bit of positivity, who give them hope. And so that's one of the ways. I'll tell you another way. Another great thing that I've been watching is people are looking for information more than ever. One of the ways that I've been serving people all over this planet, I might tell you, is I've been sharing recipes. So I go and I've been trying new recipes, and I create a little recipe card and I put a little picture on it, and I go into these recipe groups, cooking groups, get healthy groups, quarantine groups, weight loss groups, you name it. I'm in there and I'm sharing these recipes, and I've branded them with my name. And so every time, and usually it only takes 3. That's kind of my average. So I'll go on my Facebook page and I'll share a recipe, and then I'll go in groups and I'll share a recipe, and then I have one, I call it, it's up my sleeve, it's my trunk card. And when I share that recipe, what I do is anybody that likes, shares, or comments on it, I will actually reach out to them and thank them with a little video message. And I'll say, oh my gosh, Marina, girl, thank you so much. I see that you liked my recipe. I have a few more. You might want to check out my page. But I also have one that I just did this week, and it is so yummy. Let me know. Let me know if you want me to send that over to you. I'll tell you guys, they want them, especially when I'm repurposing leftovers. And as soon as I get them in Messenger, then I just send them a little message and I'll say, oh my gosh, here's that recipe. Thank you so much for being interested. If you have any, I'd love to see them. I'm always open to new recipes. And I start building that little conversation. I'll tell you girls and guys that are watching, I don't just end that there. I ask them about themselves. Girl, listen, when the world's at its craziest, how are you? I've been going a little stir crazy over here. I planted me a little garden. Anyway, I just do my little dance with them. And it's a brief dance. It's maybe, I might invest 5 minutes of catching up. And typically whenever I send those kind of messages, they reach back out and they tell me what's going on in their lives. And it gives me the ability to share some hope with them and share some resources or some tips. And a lot of times, once they get on my Facebook or once they get in Messenger, they're being nosy. They're checking me out. They see, and I've lost 92 pounds from August to March, and I'm talking about how I've maintained it. And they reach back out. They asking me, and you know what? If they don't, I'll invite them to an opportunity call. We have overview calls. I don't call them opportunity calls. Call them overview calls. And they might get a message from me this weekend. I'll say, oh, listen, I've been invited to this call on Tuesday night. And people are going to be sharing how they've overcome some of the things that I'm facing right now. You know, like, I don't know, being stagnant, being isolated, feeling alone. Girl, let me know if you're interested in being on that call with me. I'll share the link with you. I'm just giving them an opportunity to be a little more active with me in the things that I'm doing. I'm super grateful to Marina. I'm so thankful that she's providing this amazing, incredible value to you ladies and men out there. But listen, I'm going to let you go. I hope you've gotten huge value out of this because I know Marina's heart, you guys. She's always here to serve us and to make sure that we're staying connected and having the newest, greatest things available to be able to learn to put to good use for our business. So with that being said, I'm going to let everybody else tell you to finish off the day. Guys, listen, I'm super excited. Can't wait to see you guys at the next Most Powerful Women of Network Marketing event in Vegas. Take care. Much love from New Orleans.
Angel, thank you so much for your input. And our next speaker is, she's an online influencer, she's a speaker, she is the best-selling author, mom of 3, and she will be talking about how to become an asset online. And please help me welcome Donnell Delgado.
Hey guys, Donnell Delgado here. Super pleased to be here and connect with all of you who I haven't so far. I want to tell you today that assets make money online. I'm sure all of you, your goal is to increase your income. I want you to think about assets for a minute. Assets can be counted on. They multiply, they attract. And that's what I want to help you become. Because people do business with those who increase their odds of winning. And so when you become an asset, you're actually going to increase how you do business. So I want you to think about this. When I started in network marketing, I was a teacher, I was a youth pastor, I was in the middle of a divorce, I had twins that were 2, my oldest was 3, and I was legitimately the worst network marketer on the planet. It was pretty bad. My mentors actually suggested that I try other avenues, which they loved me a ton. They weren't being mean, they were being honest. And so no matter where you are today, I want you to know, wherever you are, my plan today is to help you become more of an asset online, okay? I'm gonna tell you what I did and how I multiplied all of my following, all of my income and everything by following a plan. It's just 6 steps. I'm gonna give them to you really quick. And I promise if you apply these, it's going to make you become a person who can be counted on, who will multiply, and really who will attract those that you're looking for, okay? So take my word on it. It comes down to these couple of questions I want you to start right now. And I want you to write down the answers. What do you want? When you answer that, I want you to write the answer to this next question. Why haven't you done it yet? These two questions really changed the trajectory of how I ran, how I created what I did, okay? So I want you to know that what you lack right now in time, in resources and money, and in knowledge, you actually correct in training. So it's a good thing that you're here today, and I'm gonna help you accelerate that training process, okay? So think about this, write down an actual number. How many people do you need running with you to make your dream income? Okay, do you know the answer to that question? How many people do you need running with you? Because those are the eyeballs you're going to need to attract online in order to win, okay? Online is our accelerator. It is our gift if you use it well, okay? So my goal is to give you these 6 steps in about 12 minutes. So write quickly, run with me, and understand if you do this, you're going to be able to attract the exact number of people who are going to help you win. You are going to be able to build that dream that you wanted to, and the things that you wrote down about why you haven't done it yet can be eliminated, okay? So here we go. Step number 1 is build your foundation. Consumers are extremely educated right now. They already know your weaknesses. They're actually really apparent. Online is like a window to everything that you are, what you do, who you're creating. And as you grow your foundation, you will earn the respect of others. Okay, I'd much rather you let them be a part of your journey. Couple of things I suggest you do to grow that foundation. You write down 10 things you're grateful for every single day. I know it sounds silly and you've probably heard it 100 times, but this one step is what helped me overcome cancer, divorce, losing over and over and over again, and prepared my mind for abundance. Okay, you also need to grow every single day. Train. This environment that you are in with Network Marketing Pro is the most elite, best platform you could train in for this, so that you're here. Do it every single day. Be a part of it as much as you can. What happens is that it fills your brain with all of the truth and replaces the lies that are in there that are keeping you from running ahead. And the last thing you have to do is have targets, have goals. Set the target, become a master of reverse engineering, making that plan and going and hitting them. These 3 steps are going to help you build you. When you are strong, that's actually what you can build a business upon. People are going to follow that strength. They're going to fall in line with the growth process. They'd much rather come with you than go after you. So just understand, they already know your weaknesses. Let them in on your growth journey and make sure you're committed to it every single day. Step number 1. Okay, step number 2, know your value. Most people always question, is it meant to be me? Can it be me? Was it supposed to be? I tell people right now, write down all of your gifts. Write down the experiences that you have overcome. Everything that people come to you and ask advice for. You are far more gifted than you give yourself credit for. And if you're focusing on those things every single day, how you approach other people is going to change. There's no more doubt. You're going to drown it out with the truth, with your life, with your experiences, with the lessons that make you an asset. Then I want you to take your company and I want you to write down all the values that are right there, what they do that's great, what they do that's amazing. When you speak about those values and you're really strong and you've done the research, people attract to truth. Then you take those products and you write down the exact value that they bring to the table. What happens is you stop spamming and looking for everybody out there online. You look for exactly who you can serve, who you can help get results the fastest. You become the asset when you build that foundation and you know your value. Okay? So I want you to really put some time into that. If you line out those 3 things, most people stop struggling talking to people or getting weird when they're online or just posting products or before and after pictures. People want to actually connect with those who are valuable. So if you know your value, it's a lot easier to use it in conversation. Okay, step number 3, once you have that foundation and your values, then you take it to the marketplace. Okay, to market is to be memorable. I want you to think about being online or driving down the highway and seeing what's out there. What slows your scroll, right? As you're scrolling online, you're like, oh, that got my attention. What commercials, what things blast your attention and they make you stop and look? A lot can come from figuring out how your life can become memorable. Now, I want you to think about this. I always have one song in my head when I'm thinking about marketing and showing up in the world, and it's Tupac. Yes, I like a little rap from time to time, okay? Tupac has this song that's called All Eyes on Me. All eyes on me. All eyes on me. That should be your goal online. Look at me. Not in a flashy way. Well, unless flashy is your thing, okay? All of you is all that's required online. Okay, I'm not talking about faking it. I'm not talking about embellishing. I'm talking about getting eyeballs on you, sharing your life, your experiences, your education, making a difference, being content heavy, consistent. You can be counted on. You're there every single day. Really being creative as well, okay? The more creative, the more content heavy, the more consistent, people are going to attract to your marketing. The interesting thing for me is less than 1% of all business owners in the world have a plan to create chatter, to create word of mouth, to make people talk about them. And for me, it was always, listen, all eyes on me. This is uncomfortable. I got a little lighting, a little lashes, and a little lip gloss, and I fixed my problems. I said, look at me. I'm growing, I'm changing, I'm adjusting. I want your attention. I want to create people talking about me, good or bad. Start talking about me. Help people have an opinion about you. Okay, because the truth is $10 trillion in economic impact has happened because of consumer conversations. So if people aren't talking about you, there is no money coming towards you. I want them talking about you. Chatter is, and you know, getting people talking about you, that's something that can't be manufactured. You cannot buy word of mouth. You can only create it. And it's simple for an average human from a small town to create it. It is not as difficult as you think. Most people who are winning in this industry are fully themselves. They have just gotten comfortable with the world's gonna know my weaknesses. They're gonna know my strength. They're gonna know what I'm doing. I simply wanna share my life with them. And I tell you, the more you market as all that you are, the less you have to perform and the easier it gets. You know, when you put yourself out there and it's not you, you're going to attract a troubled team, a frustrated team, a team that's not like you, and you have to perform for them to serve them every single day. What if you were all that you are? You're being creative, you're sharing your content, you're learning, you're growing, you're building on your values. People who are like you are going to come and attract towards you. It's much easier to build a business with a massive team, with those that are like-minded than those that have come based on false pretenses, okay? So here we go, foundation, value, marketing. After you market correctly, you get to connect. Connect deeply, okay? Good marketing creates great conversations. How many people have you thoroughly connected with right now? You can kind of make that list. Connection, in my opinion, is unconditional goodwill. Messenger, video, live video, you better be doing often, okay? Post, text, everything works, nothing doesn't. Okay, I want you connecting deeply with people, commenting, sharing, liking, engaging with those people that you would love to do business with, just giving. And I'll tell you what, that makes step number 5 really, really simple. Okay, when you are connecting deeply, when you are giving and giving, sales becomes easy. How I market and how I connect sorts people themselves. I don't have to convince them to do business with me. They ask to do business with me. They ask, man, what exactly do you do? I never actually answer the question. I go, tell me why you asked. What are you looking for? What about me makes you ask that question? They don't really need to know the details. I want you to understand, as you build that foundation, you start connecting, all you have to do is make a list. Plan your connection strategy. How are you going to go after people? How are you going to talk to them? Who are you going to target, market to, and serve? And then you just execute the plan, okay? I think there's a lot of people out there who are really studying the art of scripts and manipulation. Now, I do train scripts. I do love them. I have studied them. I have worked on my sales skills my entire last 11 years in business. But I'll tell you this, after you learn and you understand how sales processes work, the best thing you could do is know that every person you talk to is an interview. I'm interviewing you, not the other way around. You're interviewing them, not the other way around. I want you to sort for the ideal team, the ideal people that you would love to do life and business with. And it's easy to help them make decisions based on their own interest when you know where you're headed. If you build your platform in this way, foundation, right? 100% knowing who you are, knowing your value, marketing that value, connecting with people deeply, the sales piece becomes simple. It's not a hunt, it's a gift. All right. And after you do that piece, you become step number 6, which is an asset that attracts loyal customers. When I worked my business on foot, I could accelerate it online. I think online has made people lazy and they stop working their business on foot. I still grow. I train sales. I train marketing. I study. I build research around the clientele. I get to know who I want and what they need, right? I build my credibility with who I get to go meet, the events that I take part in, and I never get lazy on foot. So when I am not lazy on foot, I completely accelerate it online. I share my experiences, my life, my connections, my research. I teach what I learn and what I do and what works, and I share all of me. And as I am connecting deeply, I'll tell you this, if you do the work to build you, to build your marketing around it, to connect with people, to sell, to show up every single day, be content and creativity heavy, the world will remember you and they will repeat buy. Okay, 74% of all my clients buy again, buy again, buy again. And this system has been my key to win repeatedly. When I first got started, I was so afraid of sharing myself, of failing, of what people would think. I mean, people were literally running away from me in the grocery store. And I think now, after you go and build and after you just focus on the right things, right? The right things will help you catch fire. As I look back, I no longer think about any of those things I fear or when I mess up or when I stutter like I have probably 4 or 5 times or 10 on this training. It doesn't matter. What matters are the faces of the people I helped because I got brave and I worked to get good. And when I got good, I got paid. So I want you to think about that. If you were to know the faces of the people you would help by learning this industry, studying it, understand the opportunity it's going to give you for the rest of your life, think of those faces of the people you will change. You'd start today and you'd never stop. You'd build you. You'd understand your value more. You'd gain more training. You'd learn more. You'd market better. You'd connect deeper. And you'd sell incredibly well. That's what it's about, right? And as you do that and you take care of people, you'll have a loyal following that won't stop. Most of the business I've done over the last, 5 years especially has been because of the audience I have built from this system. And I want you to tap into that, okay? I want you to understand that the focus is completely on who you are going to help. It's not about if you do it. It's about who loses if you don't. There are people out there right now in this world who need you to try, who need you to go, who need you to run, who need you to understand you, who need you to be all that you are online, share your life, your experiences, your wins, your fails, and let them be on this process with you. And I guarantee you, you will become an asset. You will be a person who wins repeatedly, and you will be the one that they ache to do business with. That's what I have for you guys today. I want to encourage you on this journey. Never quit. There's millions of people out there who need you.
Thank you so much, Danelle. And, it's important to be interested in people. Don't try, like Danelle said, be flashy or whatever and show how cool you are, because nobody cares how cool you are until they know that you care about them. So if you show your presence on social media that you want to help, that you're leading with love, that you truly trying to help people, you will get more audience and you will become an influencer yourself. So our last but not, one of the best presenters, and she is a powerhouse. So she's last but not least, amazing Jessie Lee. She is the powerhouse. She's a top income earner, making 7 figures. Her business is in over 25 countries around the world. But the coolest part about Jessie Lee, I think that first of all, she's just like, her energy is over the roof. And she's building a lot of her business on social media. And you know what? She has just 6,000 people on her team. But guess how many customers she has? 300,000 customers. So just 6,000 people duplicated themselves and produced so much volume and offer so much of their product. So there is something to learn from her. So make sure to tune in. We're in the last final stretch, Jessie Lee, and then I'll come back for the close and we will wrap this up. So Jessie, take it.
Jessie Lee, call me #BossLee. I'm so excited to be doing this virtual Most Powerful Women in Network Marketing. This is my favorite event. So I hope you've taken a million notes. I'm sure you have. And I'm so blessed and honored that the Worry family has asked me to share with you some stuff on social media daily methods of operation, because quite frankly, I am very high tech, high touch. And I think that if more of us as network marketers can learn how to really connect with people through social media, we can blow up our businesses, whether that's locally, domestically, or even internationally, which I've been so blessed to do. So I want to jump right in. I only have a couple of minutes, and so I want to make sure I pour value into you. And so the first thing I want to talk about is pick your platforms. And really what I mean about that is find something you're actually going to use, because it's really easy and super convenient to say, oh, you know, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to decide to be the TikTok girl, or I think today I want to do Facebook, or tomorrow I'll try YouTube, and then the next day Instagram, and then I'm going to start a podcast. The problem with doing that is if you don't pick a platform that you're actually comfortable with, that you're actually going to be consistent on, you're going to have a really hard time building a business because people aren't going to be able to learn who you are. So for me, I am one of those people. I like doing every single platform, but I do every single one every single day. For some of you, maybe you're noticing that TikTok is blowing up businesses. Seems kind of crazy. People thought it was just going to be some goofy little social media thing. We've got people in so many companies around the world that are earning cars and trips and stuff off of this. So maybe you go on Instagram and you hit it hard, whatever it is. It's a must do to pick a platform that you want to do and determine your vision around it. That's definitely the next part of a social media daily method of operation. What is your vision for it? Why do you want to use Facebook every day? Who do you want to convey to people you are every day? Where do you want to use it? Do you want to use it as an outdoor thing, an indoor thing, a lifestyle thing? Where do you want your brand to be able to go with your business by using that social media platform? And then how often are you going to do it? A quick pro tip with social media for those of you who are really just getting started on this, I would highly encourage you to set alarms. Now, I'm an iPhone girl, and so on my iPhone, I actually have alarms that go off at multiple times during the day to make sure my posts are done. So for those of you who are going to set a social media daily method of operation as we continue to get in this over the next few minutes, think about that. Think about setting a reminder that pops up at noon that says, post your lifestyle picture, it's noon, or post your motivational quote, it's 2 p.m., or you do your Facebook Live at 7 p.m. Reminder, because the habits need to be formed. The habits of the daily methods of operation have to be created. And so for me to make sure I'm doing all the things I want to do every day, I encourage either a checklist or alarms. I'm a big fan of alarms, or even using maybe a Google Calendar to have those kinds of notifications go off so you make sure that every single day you're hitting the things you have to do. Through that, this is definitely a consistency game, okay? Daily methods of operation are a consistency thing, and it's interesting because if you do not show up every day, I promise you it's going to be that one day. The one day you miss will be the day that your prospect was watching and waiting and saying, hey, I wonder, is she going to show up today? Oh, she didn't. Okay, I'm not going to message her. I know it sounds really harsh, but that's how people are. And as somebody who now is, the 9-year overnight success, because 9 years ago I started in direct sales, 5 years ago network marketing, I'm telling you, it's silly the amount of people who message me and say, woo, Jessie Lee, girl, I've been watching you for 8 years now. You're the real deal. I'm like, sister friend, I have been the real deal. Where have you been? And they say, oh, I was just watching you to make sure you were consistently going to show up. And then you started the Facebook Lives and you kept doing them. And then you started the podcast. You kept doing it. Then you started Instagram. You kept doing it. So be that person, whatever it looks like on a daily basis for you. Now, the important thing for me when it comes to daily methods of operation on social, offline, online, whatever, is pick something you'll actually do. And I mean that in such a loving way, because some people go, well, Jessie Lee, what's your daily method of operation? Y'all, you will have a heart attack, okay? And I don't have liability insurance for the 40,000 people that are gonna watch this, okay? So I can't tell you my daily method of operation because your head will actually explode. And then, I don't know, is it the worries who are then liable? We can't do that to Marina, we can't. So I'm not gonna tell you my daily method of operation because it's actually irrelevant. We are all at different stages and you are enough, my friend. Where you are today is where you're supposed to be and you can grow through this. So it's kind of like exercise for me, daily methods of operation. If you're trying to lose a little bit of fat, you don't start off by deciding that today you're going to run a marathon. That would be what the equivalent would be for my daily method of operation. So for you, maybe it's, okay, I chose Facebook as my platform. And every day I'm going to make one post, just one, okay? And then maybe it's, okay, now I'm going to set a number of messages I send. And maybe it's just one. Just one. Maybe your social media messaging, outward messaging, daily method of operation is just one. And maybe it's just one message of gratitude. And maybe it's just one add to a Facebook group. And maybe it's just one taprooting message through Facebook Messenger. And maybe it's just one reach out to a customer you already have. But if you start writing these things, I hope you wrote all those down. Those are great daily methods of operation. Then you can scale it. Because if you start small and you start to go, oh, well, this isn't too bad. Oh, I can do that. Oh, okay, it's just one. Well, maybe then 2 weeks from now you go, maybe I can send 2 prospect messages. Maybe I can send 2 recruiting messages today. Maybe I can add 2 people to a group. Maybe I can add value to 2 Facebook groups today. Maybe I can send out 2 follow-up messages today. Maybe I can make 2 Facebook posts today. Then you go, that was good. I'm starting to pace myself. I'm starting to grow. My daily method of operations getting bigger. Then before you know it, it's 3, then it's 5, then it's 10, then it's 20, then it's 50, then it's 100. Then you've got a global business. But you have to understand that when people talk about daily methods of operation, don't compare yourself. Don't compare your chapter 1 to somebody's chapter 400. Okay? Start where you know you can consistently be, grow, and feel good, because as soon as you become overwhelmed on social or in person, you will start to shut down your potential. You'll start to shut down where you could potentially grow in this. So when you're setting those daily methods of operation, daily reach outs, daily attraction messages, daily attraction posts, daily polls, whatever it is, the value you're going to put everywhere, I have to tell you, I encourage you to do something that you can then scale, but start small and then grow. Something I'm a really big fan of, it's one of my favorite daily methods of operation that I don't think I talk about enough, so definitely write this one down. I send voice messages to new requests. So if that's on Facebook, if that's on Instagram, if that's wherever, I will literally send a message. I will take out my phone. I will go to my newest followers on, let's say it's Instagram, okay? I'll go to my newest follower on Instagram, and all I do, I'll literally do it right now. Here we go. I take the very first one, and on there, I will send a voice message to this person. Her name is Lauren. I don't know who Lauren is. She just followed me. Hey, Lauren, what's going on? It's Jessie Lee. I just wanted to send you a message of gratitude for following me. I really appreciate you. I know you can follow whoever you wanted to. So thanks for following me. I would love to know what you're looking for more of on my social media, if there's some kind of content of mine you really love, and if there's any way I can provide more value to you. But I appreciate the follow, Lauren. Hope you're having an awesome day, and I look forward to talking to you soon. So I literally just sent this girl this voice message on Instagram. You can do the same thing on Facebook. What if you did 1 of those a day? Well, what if you did 10 of those a day? What if you scaled it eventually and it ends up being 50 of those a day? Do you think your business might grow because you're using that high tech, high touch? I'm telling you right now, this random Lauren who just followed me is never going to unfollow me because I just connected to her on a deep level. Can you do that when you're walking the dog? Can you do that when you're just hanging around your house? Can you do that when you're bored in the house, bored? Can you do it when you're not doing many things? Of course you can. And that's how you connect through social media, is really through that consistency. That's how you build your brand. I have a big love of social media DMOs when it comes to scripts. I've talked about this a couple of times on the GoPro stage. I've been so blessed to share with so many of you. I love setting keyboard shortcuts in my phone. This allows me to be like a wizard. You know, some people on our team are like, Jessie Lee, you're a cyborg. How do you have time to message all of us all the time? I'm like, well, the reason is because if I type like one word, it's going to populate a whole sentence. If I type www, it's going to type whatever else. And I will tell you, if you are somebody who wants to speed up your business, simplify your business, because social media daily methods of operation are truly and honestly how I've built a huge brand, a huge business, and an international business in my company. And so I hope these tips help every single one of you. I hope they are simple, because I know they are. They are easy. I know they are. And I know you can do the hard work to build your business. Thank you again to the Worries, especially Marina, my girl, for having me on here. I hope you love this content. I hope you implement this content. Don't just be inspired. I encourage you to go out and do something with it. I love you and I appreciate every single one of you. Have a beautiful rest of your day. I'm Jessie Lee. You can call me #BossLee. Bye, guys.
Jessie Lee Ward, thank you so much. And I hope you guys enjoyed daily method of operation on social media that Jessie just shared with you. And I want to thank all of the speakers who participated today with me, took the time out of their day and decided to deliver some thoughts, some ideas, and their wisdom. And hopefully that helped you to maybe grow your skills a little bit, maybe become a little bit more confident, maybe, become a little bit, believe in yourself a little bit more, maybe have a bigger vision for yourself and deciding that you actually gonna take this step. You're gonna face your fears. You're gonna come out of that box that you've been sitting for so long and you don't belong there. The world is not served by you playing small. I want you to, become who you're meant to be. I want your shining light to be so bright so the world can see it. It's time. The world needs you. The world needs your leadership. The world needs your love. The world needs your products and services. And I think that, inside of our profession, we are, our check is the true reflection of how many people we were able to help on our journey, because you cannot hurt people and make money inside of network marketing. Because in order for you to earn your check, you have to provide services, you have to provide products that people enjoy, that people use. And with your financial opportunity and people taking their step and deciding to build with you, you changing their financial future, you helping them create financial independence. So you helping people to create a better life for themselves, for their families, and for their generations to come. So understand that if your check is still small, that means that we have some work to do. We need to help you improve your skills, maybe grow your mindset and belief. And if your check, and I hope this event helped you a little bit to achieve that. And if your check is already big and you're enjoying multiple 6 figures and 7-figure income a year, first of all, congratulations. But I have a challenge for you, because now you know what it takes to be successful. You know what it takes to be at the top. You faced those fears. You overcame those obstacles and challenges already. You already made those mistakes and you learned from them. So now's the time to, extend your hand and help another person to get to the level where you are. Because, hey, once you get to the top of the mountain, the view is absolutely gorgeous. But if you're the only person enjoying it, it's not so fun, right? So make sure to reach down and help as many people as you possibly can to get to the top, to achieve their goals, to achieve their success. Because I truly believe that women, men, all of us, we should not be looking at the price tag every time we want to do something for our families or for our loved ones. If you think that college, that private school, gonna help your kids to get a proper education and gonna create a better future for themselves, I want you to be able to pay for that, no matter how expensive it is. If you have a beautiful home that it's on your dream board, and you hope and pray that one day, hopefully, you can live in this place and call it your home sweet home. I want you to be able to afford it. I want you to be able to buy it, regardless of how much money it costs, just because the memories that you will be able to create there, the love, the joy, and excitement that your family will feel, and all of those beautiful emotions that you all can create and remember for generations to come and feel comfortable and love there. I want you to have it. Anything you want in your life, it's all doable. It's all achievable. You heard over and over today, speakers were saying that consistency is one of the keys, resilience, not being afraid of failure, facing your fears, stepping out of your comfort zone, all of those things. I hope with this event, we went a little over 5 hours. I know that I was hoping and shooting for 4.5, and I hope you forgive me for over-delivering you more content, because it's really hard to bring everything I wanted to bring you. So you are equipped, you have the skills necessary, you have the mindset, the vision, and you make a decision, because that's what's going to change your life. I hope you decide to join me at the Most Powerful Women live event when it's going to happen. And those of you who are going to join me and Eric at the 20 and 30 intensive bootcamp, first of all, make sure to click the link. It's a big yellow button right there, and you can share also the link. It's 20in30.networkmarketingpro.com. So make sure to register. It's going to be an amazing program that's going to help you take your business to the next level, and bring your entire team. Tell them to register so you can expand your business together as an organization. So again, I want to first of all thank all of the speakers that were on this live today with me, and I want to thank my team here in the studio in Las Vegas and everywhere around the world who made this event possible, because they worked really, really hard to bring all these amazing speakers, making sure the technology works. We did not break the internet, which is a great thing. So I hope you enjoyed this event as much as I did. I hope you got some value, a lot of notes, and make sure to go out and now change lives of millions and millions of people. So I love you guys very, very much, and hope to see you sometime soon. All right, have an amazing day.